we're off to the races. Welcome, everybody, to Paranormal Roundtable. We started today with less than 100 people in the chat. We're a little bit late getting started. Shows here that we're approaching 90 on there, so it'll fill up. I'm confident we'll get going here. We'll do what we got to do. Let's see. Waiting for the chat to fill up a little bit, folks. I just didn't want you to have a bunch of dead air, just the music playing or whatever. How's everybody doing tonight on this Sunday night? Hope you're blessed. Hope everything's good. Got a lot to talk about. Anthony, Tony, what do you guys got going on in your lives?
Well, I'm sick, so...
Yeah, we already know. Oh, you mean like yours? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I feel fine. I'm not sick no more. So, Tony's the sick one. Sucks to suck.
So we're going to do something a little different tonight. We're going to start off with, first of all, let's get Josh Turner at PRTpodcast.com, Josh Turner at PRTpodcast.com right there. And then right below me is Patreon.com, PRT/PRT podcast. That's a way to support the show. And $10, $20, $30, $40 tiers, each one gets you something different. 10 and 20 are the same. The 10, you get a swag bag, but it takes 3 months, and then $20 is immediately, and then $30 you get a bigger swag bag. And it just goes up. You give me 40, whatever. We get $40 a month, and then we give you more. But we try to give you something for being a Patreon supporter. Not just... So, that being said, got to get our chat going here, and then we can... Sorry about last night. I had to come out and do an impromptu show to kind of clear the air. And, it says birthday for Josh. Birthday is this coming Friday. I'll be on with one of my friends as a guest. She's a good friend of mine. I do need to say a couple things, though. The individual that we were dealing with, she has gone around telling other females that I am a chauvinist. Apparently somebody had, and somebody went and is now going around telling people that I called her the B word, not the remote viewer, but this other friend of the remote viewer, whatever. She's coming out of the woodwork saying I called her B. I never talked to her. Never spoke to this person. Saw her at my conference where she was rude to a bunch of people, and I got complaints about it, and did we not?
No, yeah, definitely. Multiple.
And she was rude to these guys at our table.
I mean, why show up somewhere if you're not going to enjoy being there? Just stay home.
Yeah. And we weren't rude back. I didn't even acknowledge her. I have not spoken to her. So she went to the guys from AI and told them that I called her the B word. No, I never did that. I never said that. And once again, it's people saying things that I never said, making up things, Oh, somebody had to tell me to sit down and shut up. I'm like, oh, yeah, right, dude. Get out. Dude, stop with this. Y'all are... I'm not saying that I'm this, holy beacon of light, but I feel like sometimes we're standing alone in the darkness, but I know we're not alone because first and foremost, God is there. And all these people, all these evil people, and a lot of these people, and I'm going to say this, and I'm not bashing people, but they tell you I'm a witch. So is that are you threatening me? Is this a threat? What are you saying? What does that have to do with anything? Did I come out and attack you? No, I didn't. I never said anything about this woman. But yet she wanted to go on these guys' show and say a bunch of stuff. But that's over. I had a long talk with the guys over at AI last night. And I think that those guys, we came to an understanding. And I hope that we can be friends and work together as friends, not enemies. We have more in common than these people who are trying to push us into an enemy. This person is now resorting to giving people ultimatums. You're either with me or against me. This is not, I did not want this war. I promise you, I didn't want this war. I didn't push for this drama. I told you what I told you last night in case you missed it. I didn't want to fight with this person, but they wanted me to do something that I considered to be unethical, and that's to go after an individual and publicly denounce them as, they're like, defend me. Give me the proof that they threatened you, and I will. But they couldn't do that. And without that, I can't go out and talk to someone, say something about someone. That's slander. It's libel. Puts you in a bad position, especially as a public speaker. And I thought it was prudent to stay out of it. I did have a talk with a few different people today. Multiple people, actually, a lot of people. I apologize, but I need one of these. I don't want to have arguments with people. I don't want to have altercations with people. But when someone throws down the gauntlet and basically tells you, do this, do that, and then you don't do it, and within a week, they're already starting a movement against you, latching on to something that you said, taking it out of context. I'm not stupid. We're going to have a couple different guests on tonight. That's going to be a little different. We're going to have one person. We're going to start off. We're going to talk with them a little bit. And then somebody keeps saying, happy birthday, Joe. I saw my birthday. My birthday's Friday. Overbuilt automotive. Yeah, I agree. Michael Dork says, the more you speak truth, the more devil sends his forces after you. I was talking to Josh from What Lurks Beneath, and he said, when he accepted Christ, he was told by, I guess, the preacher, they told him, and I think that's what he was quoting that night we talked about a year ago. And we had this long conversation on the phone, me, him, and Barton and Nellie, and another friend of ours. And he said, you're raising the flag. In the beginning, in the early days when I was fighting with these people, they were coming at me. They're like, I'm a witch. I do this. I'm an atheist. I'm a man of science, blah, blah, blah. Calling me names for my beliefs. And they were all over us, trying to destroy us, telling us they were going to get rid of us. They were going to run us into the ocean, basically. And I was like, go ahead. Do what you got to do. Take your best shot. Someone says the audio is cutting out. I don't know. But I think we stood fast. And we didn't give in. We didn't bend. We didn't break. We bent, but we didn't break. And there were some rough times. Times I don't want to revisit. I don't want to be there again in those times. And so I think that we came out on the other end by the grace of God. And I think that things could have been a lot different. They could have chased us off. And no, Miguel, I didn't catch the UFC thing. So, I think that we could have turned tail and ran, or we could have folded it up and given up, whatever. But we didn't. we just kept pushing and we kept fighting and we kept doing what we do. And that's bringing you material content. And I actually, one of the things that I want to say is, you know, like I said this last night, you know, people are talking about boots on the ground, whatever. By their definition, I'm boots on the ground. I've gone out multiple times with a lot of different people and gone to places where there were encounters that have happened. Wandered around in those areas trying to look for something, anything, evidence, whatever. Didn't really seem like it didn't seem like I was doing anything. You know, I was trying. You know, you're tromping around in the woods, but you're not really, you know. And I didn't do it at night because, you know, I mean, you can't see anything without a flashlight. You can see what the flashlight gives you. But I did do a couple investigations at night. One of them we did this investigation, and we almost ran into the biggest spider web ever. How big was that spider web, Anthony?
Oh, I don't know. It was probably. It looked like one of them big webs from, or those cocoons from was that clown movie, Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
Oh, yeah.
When they were drinking the people.
Yeah.
It was huge. No, I mean that's an exaggeration, but it was
It was big.
It was gnarly.
And then that spider was huge too.
Yeah.
And we all almost walked into it. Can you imagine having that thing wrapped around you?
Yeah, we were lucky we had that. Or I think it was D who had that flashlight. Someone had a flashlight. And we
Mine
saw
went
it.
out.
Yeah.
We were walking and mine just went out. And Nellie forgot hers at the truck, or she forgot to pack the. It was dead. She forgot to bring a charged one. Like she thought it had charge, but then it was messed up. And mine went out while we were walking. So we ended up with only 2 flashlights. But, yeah, I mean, I don't go around bragging or talking about my boots on the ground experiences because I don't want people to think that I'm going around saying I'm boots on the ground, because there's certain people that I look at that actually do that. And they seem to have a much, you know, stronger case for being called that. So I don't personally call myself that. And I don't think it's right for people to co-opt other people's work and be like, yeah, you know, I did this and I did that, you know, when they're not, you know, they're not doing what those people are doing. But then they want to claim that name. And so about 3 weeks ago, I made a video calling those people out. And I even said it too. Like most people don't even have a name. I made a joke. I called him Fontaine McTicklebutt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because who are these people? And then one of them was at a conference with a colleague of mine, and I'm not going to say his name or mention the guy. You know, it irked me. But I asked him. I said, "What did he talk about?" He said, "Not much." It was like he was just filler there, you know, at the conference. He was somebody who no one really knew. He didn't have a show, hadn't really been on many shows, hadn't written any books or been in any books. Was just a researcher, and he had one experience, and that made him feel like he was qualified. And somebody thought that he was qualified, so they put him on there, and it bored the audience to tears. And I'm not going to do that to you. Valerie Geist, very true. Witches better be careful trying to put a curse on a true believer, because when it's rebuked back on the witch, it will be much worse for them. My God is more powerful than the crap you serve. Yeah, I'm being kind of on the verge of being, you know, feeling like this is probably going to turn into something I don't want it to be. Trying to do the right thing.
You know, I'm reminded of a Bible verse, which, like, you know, like sometimes you'll read a verse and like you when you read it you understand it, but you also know that there's like that you won't really fully comprehend it until you can relate to it personally. Like when a situation comes up and it reminds you of that. Let me read it. It's Romans 7:21. It says, I find then a law that when I would do good, evil is present with me. It's very true, because you try to do the right thing, and it causes like all this crap. You know, you try to do right by someone, and then, you know, it's like a domino effect. You know, God forbid you try to do right.
Yeah, when Jesus says, you know, to James that flee Jerusalem, for there are many archons. Jerusalem is considered a holy city, but there are many archons there. Archons are devils. They're literally fallen angels. And I know in Islam, they don't really believe that they're fallen angels, which I totally disagree with, and I've argued with them multiple times. They say angels don't have free will. They can't fall. I said, yes, they can. By that logic, you don't believe the Book of Enoch. Some of them, like one of my friends who's Muslim, says he believes the Book of Enoch, yet he believes angels don't have free will. Then I was like, how can you believe the Book of Enoch? It says that they were fallen angels. They fell. But not demons are not fallen angels. And a lot of Christian view, they say that they're fallen angels, but really they're not. Demons are the offspring of the fallen. Louis Franco. You know, I saw part of that video. I don't know what to make of it. And like I said, there's a lot of women that use that loose interpretation of witch. I know that there are like 3 million people in this country that go by that term, that call themselves witches. And I think it's weird, you know, that they all identify as that, but are they really? Or are they just, you know, and are those that claim that they're white witches or good witches, I would never hurt anybody. But all it takes is for you to get angry. And anger can be a path to the dark side. And as soon as you go in that path, it's like, well, I'm just going to send a little spell this guy's way because he made me mad. Yeah. I don't know that the person that I'm, you know, having problems with is a witch. I've been told over and over again that they are. I know they're very angry. They're a very angry person, but they shouldn't have did what they did. So I'm supposed to sit back and not agitate this person because they started agitating me. And I guess that's what I'm supposed to do. But I'm not going to sit back and just be attacked because that's not the kind of person I am. You know, and I don't think that people should do things like that. I don't think they have that right. Anyways, we got Dogman stuff on tap here, and we're going to get into some Dogman stuff. But let me... Phil Stern, look what he just wrote. Yeah, exactly. I wanted to send a shout out to my friend Pork Chop and Big John. Y'all know Big John.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, he just messaged me today and sent me a new friend request on his new Facebook account. Pork Chop, I hope you're out there listening. Been long-time friends. We've been friends since 1998. It's a long time to be friends.
Yeah, the guy was the first downtown altercation I ever saw when I was
Yeah, you
16.
saw him fight a guy.
Yeah, like I met this guy. I met this guy downtown. Wolf introduced me to him, and then not 20 minutes later, after I meet him, like he's like 5 feet from me, just like pounding on someone's kidneys and tossing him across the floor. It's pretty crazy. And I was 16, just like coming from a small town Texas. I had never seen anything like that before. It's crazy.
Yeah, our hometown used to be a lot more violent. By the time I left, there was a lot of our generation fought a lot. Y'all's generation didn't.
No, and like I remember in high school that there was never like a whole lot of fighting. There was a lot of posturing. Like what they would do is that they would get up in each other's face and they would puff their chests out and they would kind of bump chests and like lightly push each other. But you could tell that they were always just waiting to see like what the other one would do, but not throw the first punch. I mean, there was like the occasional person who would actually fight, but most of it was just like trying to avoid violence by scaring the other person into thinking that that you're ready to commit violence, and it's like, well, who's gonna back down first? But they wouldn't fight.
They didn't actually do anything.
No.
Exactly right. They're
Exact
peacocking.
Opposite of what we
Yeah,
did.
that's
We went up there.
peacocking. There it is. That's what it's called.
So let me call the first guy and get him on here, and we can, because we hear at PRT. I can barely hear it. Can you hear it?
Hang on, let me see. Oh, you know what? Yeah, hang on. I gotta fix something on the software.
Try calling him again in just a second.
All right, you should be able to hear it better now. I'll turn it up.
Is he talking?
Huh?
Is he talking right now?
No. What are you doing? You gonna do it through Facebook or what?
Yeah, I'm going to try and message him.
You know.
Yeah, I talked to him.
Him right here, right?
Yeah.
Call him again.
Oh, dude, he's doing a live stream right now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I thought he was going to be. He might be busy with that. Oh, glasses are hurting me. Yeah, I just went over there. I looked and I saw him on there. I guess you could send him a message as PRT
Mhm.
and just tell him, you know, that we're live right now. We're waiting for him. Pop in his chat, I guess. I don't know.
Mm.
Hold on one second, folks. We're gonna get this going here. Don't worry.
Mm.
Hmm. Isn't technology great? Okay, that's weird. The phone doesn't want to cooperate. I'm trying to figure out why this is doing what it's doing. I'm sorry, folks. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to get my phone to cooperate. Anybody else having problems with Facebook, like logging them out like over and over again, dude? It's been happening like every day, dude, to me. It just keeps logging me out.
Yeah, they're having technical issues.
Are they really?
Mm-hmm. I'm listening to the show right now.
Yeah, that's weird. After we tried to work things out today, so then, folks, I'll give you the heads up of what's going on here. The guy's name is Michael, and he's got a show, and it's called. And I'm sorry, I have to eat this, or I'm going to go unconscious, folks. I have not eaten today, and I'm feeling real jittery. All I had was a fruit bar earlier, and I don't know if that qualifies as energy. Trust Jesus, says Josh. If you asked if we like more PRT shows, I vote yes. You all do great. Thanks. Thank you for that donation. Sorry, this is taking me a little bit to get going here. But Mike over at Abnormal Investigations, I had a long 2-hour conversation with him and Kirk Reed, his co-host. And they're nice guys. Some things were said last night. Things were taken out of context. I forgive them. They're not my enemies. I don't believe those men are bad men. I said that last night. I don't want to be rude and smack in front of the thing. I get in trouble when I do that, but he jumps on me. Were you able to send a message?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in their chat right now, just letting them know, like, hey, we're ready for you.
I had what's his name ask him too. One of our friends, Monster. I want to be clear about something though. I never threatened this person. She's saying I did, and I didn't. I never threatened her. That's how the whole thing started. Was she wanted me to go after somebody that threatened her? I never. What you consider a threat, I guess. I don't know. It's all speculative.
All right, Mike said he'll be calling you in just a second. He said this is stuff is going haywire right now.
Yeah,
So,
it's pretty weird.
I'm just gonna leave a message letting them know, okay, we're ready for you. We'll be waiting.
Tell them it's weird that we're trying to connect and stuff's going crazy because we had a hard time getting started tonight.
Yeah, that's what people are saying in his chat right now.
Yeah, we were getting all kinds of weird stuff. Folks, the evil is real. Please stay prayed up. We're under spiritual attack quite a bit. I have very strong in the faith friends who've told me that they've seen visions of me being attacked. whether I believe it or not. I mean, we got to look at it as a possibility, you know. Hello? Yeah, us too. We had a hard time getting started. You want me to call you back on Facebook Messenger so we can say it through so the fans can hear it?
Yeah, I've got you on speakerphone now. You're actually live.
Okay. All right. Well, you're on speakerphone here. I'll just hold the phone to the microphone. You know what? Where there's a will, there's a way.
If it works, it works.
We're trying.
Yeah. Well, Mike, you know, I just wanted to tell my fans we had an interesting conversation earlier today. We talked about all kinds of things.
Perfect.
We talked about stories and all kinds of things, me, you, and Kirk. And I thank Kirk, you know, for bringing us together to the table to talk. And I, like I said, sometimes evil works in a way that it ends up doing the will of God, and God uses them, you know, and they think that they're winning, but they're not. The evil doesn't win in the end. We all know that. And we're very like-minded people.
That's right.
And tonight or today, you know, and then a little bit last night when we messaged back and forth, I felt confident that we would be able to communicate and, you know, be friends, because you, I believe, perform a viable function in the community, which I wanted to clarify that to your listeners. I'm not against people who do boots on the ground. That was never the case. Somebody took that and ran with it, and that's not what I'm about. What I'm about is actually the people who take credit for the things that you guys do. And they really do that. Everybody, you know, and their dog was going around saying that they were boots on the ground, when there's really only a handful of people who are truly doing it. And it takes away from you guys and from what you were doing. And I was trying to say that on the show last night. I understand why people were like, well, why didn't he let you speak? I understand. You had trepidation because you didn't know what I was going to say. I'm liable to have gone on there and said all kinds of things, and you didn't want that on your show, and I understand. And we talked about it today. But I know in your heart that you and Kirk are trying to accomplish something. And I know that you're not bad people from what I could tell. And when you all were talking before it got into the stuff about me, I was agreeing. I was shaking my head and agreeing with most of what you were saying. And I was like, yeah, I like these guys. They're actually spot on about a lot of things. And we have way more in common than we don't. And I just wanted to say in front of my audience and your audience that, you know, I hope to work with you in the future and do some work. We have business to work, you know. And I think what we do complements one another. You do some,
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah.
I've watched you before. God, I've watched you since I can remember. I've talked to Kirk many times about you, and you're a very knowledgeable person, and you had, you know, answers that I couldn't find sometimes. And, you know, I would go to your channel because you have a lot of knowledge and history and stuff like that, to where I lack a lot in the history knowledge. And, you know, you guys are doing a great job over there, and I really do. I think that we together we're stronger than we are apart. And you know, like what we talked about earlier, there's no need to fight. There's enough people to go around. Let's work together. I mean, there's enough people against us, you know, 3-letter alphabet agencies, whatever, that don't want us to succeed. And together we're just stronger.
Yeah. Can the audience hear him?
Kind of.
It's kind of
Yeah, they can
low.
hear him, but there's definitely a big difference in the quality of audio between you and him.
So maybe we should call him.
Well, I mean, if it's over the phone, it's not going to matter. If we can call him on Facebook Messenger, it'll be clearer both on our end and on his.
Okay. So maybe if we called you on Facebook Messenger, they're saying that it would be a clearer audio.
Okay.
Yeah, let me call you right now.
All right.
Yeah, because I want people to hear what Michael has to say. He's a very interesting individual, and I had a nice talk with him today, and him and Kirk Reed both. And, you know, it's a lesson in forgiveness, too. You know, you can't just knee-jerk, oh, this person. A lot of people hold grudges, and that's a big, big problem, because you're meant to talk to and deal with people, but if you're able to hold grudges, then you're not able to communicate and talk to that person. You have to have a thick skin in this whole business, this community. It's just, you know, it is what it is. And a lot of people don't have that. A little quiet. I don't know how loud it is for the audience. So.
I'm hearing it on my headphones, so I'll be able to tell.
You there, Mike?
Is that a lot better for you?
Yeah, that's a lot better. And I can actually not have to hold the phone to the microphone. Good. The audio sounds good. So, I don't want to dominate the conversation. I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to get it out there that, there are no sides to take in this, and we're going to move forward. Hopefully we'll cross over, do some, what do you call it? Cross-pollinating, whatever you want to call it. There's different words for it, cross-collaboration. And
Right.
I think you have a lot of interesting things to talk about. I was really enthralled by some of the stories that Kirk was telling today. I hope to get each one of you on there and then also to work with both of you together. And I think that it would be a real treat for both audiences because when you guys were talking, I wanted so bad to talk, and not about the boots on the ground thing. I wanted to talk what you guys were talking about yesterday. It was very interesting when he was talking about the witch with the finger, and I was like, that is the spirit finger thing. It was very interesting. And then when Kurt and me were having a conversation today, and he was talking about the Dogman Bigfoot war, that was very interesting. And I had some thoughts about that, and the gears in my head started turning, and I was like, man, I got so many stories and things that we could lay out there and look at, together objectively. And I do some of what you do. I've had to, especially with the book, I've had to go out to about 24 different places and actually do boots on the ground work. I did that also with the director here from NADP. We went out and went all over the place, Central Texas. I took Rick Atchestein to all these different places in Central Texas. You have to visit the sites, and it's just part of it's what you have to do. I mean, if you really want to take it seriously. And several years ago, I decided that I was going to do that and start doing, going out and taking it more seriously and being like, hey, I need to go where these things happen. Did I see anything or feel anything? I felt a couple different things in different places, but I didn't see anything. But that doesn't mean that they're not in that area, especially near Granger Lake when I was out there going through the woods and, brushed up against poison oak, didn't get it, thank God. But it's it's there. You got to be careful. And then there's ticks and everything else. And when I was talking about boots on the ground, I was not referring to you guys or the Barton Nunleys or Nick Valentis of the world. I was talking about the people who piggyback on y'all's work. They go out there and just because they, either live in the country or they go out into their backyard and say, yeah, I'm boots on the ground. And then they kept pounding away on that boots on the ground to where it waters it down. And it's very much like saying down the rabbit hole. You just keep saying it to where I'm trying to get away from saying it all the time because it gets redundant and then everybody's saying it. And then it's like, it doesn't really mean anything anymore. Once you get to a certain point, it waters it down. And no, I was not talking about you guys because you guys are people who actually go out regularly. But be honest, for all of us, everybody, how many people are there really, being honest, that actually do that? They say they do it, but that doesn't mean that they do. And then when you reject them from coming onto the show or whatever, or if they don't get to speak at the conference or be in your book, then they come back with, oh, well, I'm real boots on the ground. Well, a lot of other people are claiming that, and I was getting really tired of everybody saying that. Being a field researcher, out in the woods, that's one thing. But, to just go around claiming a moniker of boots on the ground, that's not correct. And like I said, a movement was kind of started, boots on the ground versus Josh Turner, and that's not correct. That's not me. Most of my friends and colleagues do boots on the ground work, and by the loose definition of these wannabes, I'm very much a boots on the ground person, and I've probably done more than they have. But I don't brag about it, and I don't go around saying that I'm boots on the ground because I'm not going to compare myself to you guys who do what you do. I have to spend a lot more time indoors than you guys do because of the show and because of the format and the stories. But I'm out every night, working and doing what I do, and we have very similar jobs. And I just thought we had a lot more in common than we had as, and I wanted to be friends. I'm like, dude, we should be working together. And
nobody wins if we're fighting. I mean, it just stops information from going out. It takes away from everybody. It takes away from us. It takes away from the viewers. And we just want to get the message out, and just share what we can, find. And, you may have answers that we don't have, and maybe we can have answers you don't have, and we can work together and maybe get somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, and working with you guys, I think, would be beneficial, and I would love to do recordings and do some live with you guys. So we're working toward the end of this month, you guys coming on the show, and then I'll come on your show, and we'll work together and do some collaborating. So I hope, and also we need to figure out the schedule because now we're on at the same time, and I hope that...
I won't be on Sundays normally. We just done this because we had a hiccup yesterday and we couldn't get to what we wanted to get to.
Oh.
Yeah, normally we're just on Saturdays.
Oh, that's good because I do Friday. You guys could do Saturday, and then you could do Sunday, and maybe we can help each other out. And and it sounds like something that started out rough, but there's always room for forgiveness. There's always room, and when people have a misunderstanding, you don't have to go full tilt at each other. There's always a way to. Some people that I work with now didn't like me when we started out, but the same thing happened when I was working downtown. There were people who didn't like me. And then now some of those guys, I call them my brothers, and they've been friends with me for over 2.5 decades. Same thing when I was doing the security business. There were people that didn't like me. I was their competition. One guy folded up, and he joined us. And I folded up my original deal and joined another guy. And so we all and now we're under one umbrella. We all work together. And I'm not everybody's cup of tea, to begin with. Sometimes I'm a little harsh and people are like, hey, this guy, he's got an attitude. But I do have an attitude, and it's against people who aren't what they claim. And when everybody and their dog is saying, hey, I'm boots on the ground, that's actually a slap in the face to guys like you and Kirk, because you guys are boots on the ground, and I thought that was understood and it was made clear. But sometimes my jokey nature, it gets to where it's convoluted. And when you got people telling you things that aren't true, and you think you trust that person because you think they're your friend, then things get real convoluted, and things can go downhill real fast. I don't blame you guys for trying to stick up for boots on the ground. You guys thought you were fighting the good fight, and I understand that. But I am not your enemy, and I'm not an enemy of true boots on the ground researchers, which is why I had Nick on last night to explain, or the night before on Friday. And I do have respect for you guys, and I don't hold any grudges or any ill will, and I hope none of the listeners on your side or mine do either. And I hope that they understand you're a man. And so is Kurt, and y'all are going to do what men do. And when you feel a certain way, you're going to take a stand. That's what I expect of men, and you thought you were doing the right thing. And in some respects, you did, because you thought that I was being rude. And on my end, I should have been a little more specific 3 weeks ago. Now, I was more specific, this past week, just to clear the air. But, I can understand where there would be like a misunderstanding. And when I posted on Facebook, I thought I made myself pretty clear on there. But even then, some people who I consider old friends were like kind of confused, like, what are you saying? And what I said on there was, well, if you are a person who hasn't had any experiences, or you can retell someone else's experiences, or if you're not a podcaster that has a show or been on podcasts or written a book, I really don't know what to tell you. I can't really use you as a guest, because you're going to come on and talk about data points, and people are going to go to sleep. And this one individual, he was in a conference with a colleague of mine, and I told you about this earlier, Mike, and he did that. And the audience, people were getting up and walking out. So you have to be able to entertain people to make them, you have to have them listen to what you're saying. But watching your show last night, I actually really enjoyed the first part. was enjoyable. The second part was a little hard to take, but that's because it was, but the first part was very enjoyable, and I think that you and Kirk do a good job.
We appreciate that, and like I said, there's no hard feelings. Let's just move on and do what we do, and let's just get the message out there. That's the main thing.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question, Mike. You guys, what are you guys into right now? What projects are you working on right now?
Mainly working on right now. Just we have a report that we're working on of a lady that had an encounter, and we also are looking at like the. We're trying to figure out the spiritual side of it. We're working on the fallen angels and the Nephilim and the bloodlines, and is there a connection? Is there something that draws the two together?
Have you guys looked into the shofar horn?
I haven't looked into it. I don't know if Kirk has.
Yeah, a good guest to come on and talk about that would be Kumbo Baker or Elijah Henderson. See, and now you guys you guys need to collaborate with some of those people, because your boots on the ground experience is invaluable, and you can compare notes to some of these other guys who are boots researchers, and they have come across some really strange things being out in the woods. Now, you couldn't pay me to go and blow the shofar horn because it supposedly attracts Bigfoot and Dogman. I have a theory about that, though. I believe that maybe Tiamat, and I don't want to get into a long, dissertation. If I'm on the air on your show, I don't want to co-opt it. But if you look into who that was from the ancient Sumerians, supposedly she was the one that created the hairy man, and they were used as like a soldiers. And if you read about that, it could be something that was created a long time ago. And when the Israelites were in captivity in that country, which is Mesopotamia / Babylon, I think that they may have encountered the shofar horn there and maybe taken it back and then written about it. But that's just one of my theories, because it could have been something that calls to them and brings them out. But it's something we can get into at some point on the show. And Kurt and you had some really interesting stories. Y'all have some really good stuff to talk about, and I'm excited. I'm ready to do some work, and I'm ready to put it out there, because the things we were talking about today, the listeners would have loved to have been able to pick up on all that and hear what we were saying. But I'm sure that it will come. You guys will come on, and I'll come on your show, and we'll talk about a lot of different stuff, and we can help each other out immensely.
Sounds good to us.
Yeah, I wish you guys the best. I'm going to let you finish what you're doing, and God bless you guys, and hopefully we'll do it again. I'll talk to you real soon.
All right, man. God bless you, and you have a good show tonight.
Yeah, you too, buddy.
All right, thank you.
That sounds great.
All right, Kirk, I'll see you too.
Have a great show, Josh.
Yeah, you too, buddy. Y'all be safe. All right, bye. So that's Mike and Kirk. I've known Kirk for years, and I've actually known Mike for a while. Don't get a lot of time to go and look at other people's shows, because I have my own show. But go check them out, Abnormal Investigations. A lot of people sent me positive feedback saying that they do like them and that they have a good show. And I'm glad that we finally connected. Now, I've been messaging with Kirk Reed for years back and forth, and Kirk's got a lot of interesting stuff. And I don't know why he's never just come right out and said, hey, put me on your show. A lot of people just say, hey, put me on the show, And he's got a lot of information. And when I'm referring to people who are boots on the ground, the wannabes, that's not them. Those gentlemen took exception to what I said. And like I said, I take responsibility for not being more specific. But I couldn't name everybody who was a real boots on the ground researcher, because there's 95% of them aren't. Like, I'll give you an example. Another one, a lady sent me a photo, and she got real snippy with me because I didn't like it. She had pictures of, I'm in the middle of nowhere. Yet in one of the pictures, like I'm blind, there's like houses. When I pushed this, then I was told what I think is a lie. Oh, those are abandoned. I'm in the middle of an abandoned. I saw a car in front of him. Is that your car? Like, I don't know, and you're just like, you're really aggravated because, first of all, you're insulting my intelligence because you think I'm going to believe that. And I think it's wrong. And so you go with this person and you start to argue with them. And I'm like, I don't have time to waste my time arguing with you. Then they call you names and they go away. Only to resurface the next time somebody calls you out for being a poo-poo caca head. Then they come back around and say something. A woman told these gentlemen that I called her the B word. Her and her husband have a show, and she has blue hair. That's all I'm going to tell you. But I'm like, I've never spoken to this person in my life. I've never spoken any words to this person ever. Wait, I said hello. She walked into the room. Barton was there. His wife was there. Me, Nellie, and I don't know if one of y'all were there. Remember?
No, I wasn't there.
And I don't remember who all was there. It was at the conference, and I said hello. That was it. I've never spoken any other words to her, and then all of a sudden, she said that I'm a male chauvinist, and that I called her the B word. Complete fabrication. That is a complete fabrication. But if you allow those kind of things to go unchecked, people are going to make up all kinds of assumptions about you until you are an evil, evil man, and you're on par with, the worst dictators that have ever existed. And then you become like, like it's just ridiculous, dude. And you're sitting there and you're going like, there's no... I don't know. You just got to look at it like there are a lot of people who aren't going to like you, and you can't make them like you. There's nothing you can do. Steady mobbing, thank you for that donation. Steady mobbing. So here at Paranormal Roundtable, Luna Blue. I don't know what I did to this person. I didn't say anything to this person. Okay. Somebody told her that. I'm assuming it's probably the person that's not able to hit a target with their amazing powers of remoteness, whatever. They've been very busy. They've been like very busy. I could say that. But let me make the call and get this other individual on here. We're going to have a really cool guest. So guys, stick around because you're going to want to hear this. I think he's going to be a cool guest anyway. I'd much rather collaborate with people and be friends than enemies. What are you going to get out of fighting with the whole universe? I mean, well, I guess Thanos, he managed to destroy half of it. Yeah. But I'm not him. I don't believe in half measures. It's all or nothing. I'm kidding, folks. See if we can...
his whole plan was kind of dumb, though. Just like randomly half the population. Why not just like the people who are causing the problems?
Well, initially, when you read the Infinity Gauntlet from back in the 90s, that wasn't it.
Oh, it wasn't?
Mm-mm. It was a little different.
So they just made it like that way for the movie so they could do the whole quality thing.
Well, they say that he was serving Lady Death because he was in love with her, and she wanted him to kill the world.
No,
He was hey, Aaron, are you there?
Everybody.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you hear him, guys? I don't know. He sounds kind of quiet to me. See if we can get you going here.
I'm going to go in the other room and monitor the audio real quick.
Hear it out.
You can hear it?
You can
speak again, Aaron. Let's see if you hear you.
Hello? Hello?
I'm not hearing him.
Oh, you're not hearing him? Okay, so it's very quiet. The audio is very quiet. We're trying to figure out what's going on.
Is that any better?
Yeah, everybody's saying low volume.
Let me try.
It's a little better.
You think it's on Aaron's end or our end? Okay, they said it's on your end.
How far is he from the...
Shame on you, Aaron.
How far is he from his microphone?
Hey, how far are you from the microphone? Are you there, Aaron? Okay, Aaron, sounds like you're low crawling into a tin can. Trying to figure this out here. It should be working, right? Hey, Aaron, are you there?
I don't think he's talking. I think we lost him.
Okay, let me try calling him again. The heck? This thing's not even letting me go. We'll try it again, folks. We'll get him on. Don't worry. That's weird. Like the guys over at AI are having the abnormal investigations, and we're having the same problems.
Hello.
You there? Oh, that sounds much better.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Great.
Awesome. Okay.
Great.
Trying to use this headset, but I don't think it's working, so we'll forget about that.
Yeah, that Bluetooth never works.
Nah, not when you need it to. No.
Of course not. Then it would be helpful. We can't have that.
So, Aaron, I
No,
couldn't
no.
wait to get you on the show, but you haven't sent me a copy of your book yet. But now,
Oh no!
yeah, you didn't send me a copy of your book.
How dare you?
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. You know what? I bet it's sitting in my freaking drafts folder. I'll bet you money that's what it is. Damn it! I'm sorry about that, man. I had it all set up to.
And also, I don't mind, but try to not cuss because it's a family show. I mess up sometimes too, but
For sure,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure, absolutely.
So, Aaron, let me ask you a question. You used to live in Austin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We were there for 9 years.
Wow.
We just moved back about 4 months ago. Yeah.
And then I moved like down the road from where you lived, and then you moved.
That's wild, man.
That's
yeah,
wild.
yeah.
Yeah.
We've just been shooting past each other for months now.
Yeah, and it's crazy because Aaron Deese wrote the book. Go ahead and tell him what it is. Tell him what you did.
Yeah, sure. So my name's Aaron. I wrote the book, The Texas Dogman Triangle. I also appear in the film, The Dogman Triangle, Werewolves in the Lone Star State with Shannon LeGros. Both of those projects are by Small Town Monsters. And yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, and isn't Small Town Monsters, that's Seth Breedlove, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's Seth and Heather Moser.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they were in contact with me too during that project, but we couldn't coordinate together that's my problem too with a lot of things. I was invited on the Unexplained too, and I couldn't fly out there. And everybody's like, oh, you need to do these things to further your career, go on coast to coast, do this and do that. So I kind of put things on hold until my books come out. I have 2 books coming out at the end of the month, and someone asked me, I'm not going to say someone, there's a few people, not a whole bunch, but a few, and they were like, do you feel like you and Aaron are in competition with each other for the books? I said, absolutely not. Because from what I saw, your books don't contain the same witnesses as mine. And so it really just adds to it. I encourage everyone to read your book and my book.
Yeah, thanks, man. That's how I feel about it. I don't see us as being in competition with each other. Like
No.
we're all asking the same question. We're all chasing the same stuff. So if we're working together, the more resources we have, the more books on this stuff, the better off we are.
That's right.
So, yeah.
And I've had conversations with you, and I think he's a very interesting young man. I think that you have a lot more to do. This isn't going to be it for you, right? You're going to write more.
Yeah, there's a couple projects in the works that I'm, pardon me, a little too early to say anything about, just because you never know, stuff doesn't materialize or something goes in a completely different direction than what you planned. But right now this is my full-time job, other than being a stay-at-home dad. So I'm all in, man. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Yeah, and so somebody had said to me, how hard is it to write? And I told them it's hard. It is not an easy thing. It's a time-consuming, and it is an all-consuming thing. I've now finished the first book, and I'm about a week out from the second book, and it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of micromanaging your life and you have to put a lot of energy into it. And there's some times where you don't feel like dealing with it. It's like it's just there, and it's annoying, and you're like, I got to finish this project, and it's just another thing on my plate that I got to do. But now that the first book is completed and it's now at the editors and it should be done by the end of the month for me, I can breathe a little. I can feel a little. I breathe a little with the sinus infection, but I can feel a little better about, and I'm at a better place now that and then the second one's done. Doing 2 at the same time is really hard. But I can't wait to read yours. You want to give us a little bit about it? Tell us what's going on. What inspired you? What's the word?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So the summary is kind of in the title. If you look at dogman sightings in the state of Texas and you put them on a geographical map, they form a triangle. And we love our triangles in the paranormal community. We love them. They're catchy, they're fun, they get people's attention. But when I started research for this project, it centered on 3 sightings in the central Texas area, fairly close to Austin. And when you put them on a map, they made a triangle of 700 square miles. And we know that wolves or wolf populations will occupy a space, that consists of 700 square miles. So I thought, oh, okay, this is some unidentified species or some, just aberrant genetic thing that's popping up every once in a while in this area. The more research I did, the bigger that triangle got. And it suddenly that 700 square miles didn't work anymore because there was just too much. But what was interesting is that the more I looked at and the more we zoomed out, the bigger the map got, that triangle pattern remained consistent. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but that's in summary what you got. And these reports they go back about 100 years or so to the late 1800s. And then we've got some mid-century stuff, some newspaper reports and some folk tales that have floated around for a while. And then you have reports as recently as, 2021, 2022. And I've had folks come to me since the book came out and say, hey, I wish I'd known about this before because I saw one of these things. And so there's more that's kind of still coming to light as we go. But that's the summary of the concept.
Yeah. Oh, what's that noise?
I stepped away to a space I thought would be quiet, and it wasn't quiet at all. So
it's part of the triangle there.
Yeah, that's what it is, man. It seems like every time I try to do an interview and talk about this stuff, something like that happens.
Yeah, the Dogman phenomenon is a very weird thing.
I do love hip-hop.
It really is, man. I'm telling you, dude, it's so weird. And let me ask you a question. When you first started on this journey, what inspired you? Like, were there people that inspired you? Were there other works of literature that inspired you? What made you think, hey, I'm into this subject?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, Linda Godfrey's work, paved the way for all of us. And that's something I refer back to a lot. Other writers like Nick Redfern, Ken Gerhard, Lyle Blackburn, all great guys, all incredible writers. And they've been talking about this stuff for a long time. And then you have it scattered through podcasts and documentaries. And what really got it for me, though, was a personal encounter relayed by somebody I knew personally. So I said personal twice, but it was a close friend who mentioned this to me kind of off the cuff, just like, I saw something weird once on the side of the road. And we got to talking about it. And I was like, well, have you heard of the Bray Road beast? And we looked at some of that stuff. And I was like, what about the Michigan Dogman? And we looked at some of that stuff. And he's sitting there shaking his head. And he's like, I mean, that's what I saw, and that was one of those first 3 initial encounters that really got me interested in it. So I definitely had a personal connection to it from the get-go. And then, of course, like all this stuff, it becomes an obsession and, you want to know more and know more. And you're digging through newspaper archives and academic databases looking for mentions of upright wolves. And it just becomes a spiral, but, it's a fun spiral.
Yeah, and it just goes on and on and on. And so you yourself, you haven't had any encounters yourself, have you?
I've not. No.
Consider
at this point, I feel
lucky.
like if I did, no one would believe me, but that's another thing.
It would be weird, but I mean, there's so many of them now. Like I got one literally at the place where we drove through last night, Anthony. It was, they said that this thing came running across the road and stopped at a 4-way stop, but it's kind of like, it's over there near the restaurant county line. You probably know where this is at, on 22, 22, and 360.
360, yeah.
Yeah. And somebody claimed that it was wandering around right there in the parking lot, and that it kind of disappeared, kind of ducked down, and then when they pulled up to the stoplight, they see it reappear and start to walk toward their vehicle. So we were there last night, and I was kind of looking around going like...
I was going to say, man, that's your backyard. That's my old stomping grounds.
Yeah.
There's a little creek there, too. So
there's a creek
always
full of
water
turtles.
nearby.
Oh,
yeah.
That area is heavily
Well, I
wooded,
mean-
and it runs into Mount Bunnell and Lake Travis, and
Yeah.
Travis Greenway. I mean, it's deep and very, very thick. Yeah.
Very
Not to
thick,
mention,
thickly wooded.
just down the road from where we live, there's an area that had a sighting.
Sighting
when
right
I
down
drive-
the road, which is so weird, too.
Yeah, it's so dark in like that area. So when I'm driving by, I'm always like, am I going to see something? I'm going to have to hit it with my new truck.
Oh, and the other day when me and Nellie were driving through there, and there was a guy on a bike right
man.
there, and it was like 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like thinking, if he only knew what people had seen right there, maybe he wouldn't be so comfortable riding his bike. So I pulled over and I was like, have you heard of werewolves in this area? And he's like, no. Well, they're here. Bye-bye. And I drove off.
Watch out.
And then the guy waved, and I said, goodbye. He's like, I'm
He's
being
gonna
attacked.
remember
I'm
that.
like, I'm Josh Turner. And I just drove off. No, I didn't do that. But it was, we saw him, and my wife's like, she's so sweet. She's always like, maybe we should warn him. I'm like, honey, the guy's gonna think we're crazy. We're gonna pull up in a truck. Hey, man,
Hey, watch out for werewolves.
watch out for
man.
werewolves. You better get in the back of the truck. We're nice people.
Warn him to get out of the road.
I say
Get
that
out
to
of my
people
way.
a
I'm trying to
lot.
drive here.
I say that to people a lot, just as kind of a joke. But like at this point, people know what I do, so it's not much of a surprise. But I say all the time, watch out for werewolves. They're around,
because they
careful.
don't realize that they really do exist and they're out there. And it's like
Yeah.
some people, when you say it, they kind of snicker. Or if you say Dogman, they look puzzled because they don't really know what that is. But then when you say werewolf, they're like, werewolves? Like they kind of get even more, like then they get more intrigued, but then you got to explain to them what they are if they're not initiated like we are. But, as Bane says, we are initiated.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how hard was it though when you were writing the book? Like, did you have to go to the places? Because that's what I did. I had to go to the places and interview people. Did you ever feel uncomfortable, like you were something was
No, yeah.
around?
No, and a lot of these places I'd already been to just from living in Texas for so long. So I kind of, as I'm going through these reports, I'm like, oh, I know exactly where that is. I know exactly where that is, kind of on and on like that. And then a few places I actually did visit during the research process, but they were where older stories had occurred, not necessarily more recent sightings. So there wasn't necessarily like a sense of discomfort or anything, but it's definitely cathartic and surreal when you go to these places you've read about and you've done all this research on, you think you know what you're getting yourself into, and then it's a completely different picture when you're actually standing in front of it. Yeah.
I think that you writing that book based on the Texas sightings is big because, like I said, people had asked me if I felt like there was going to be some sort of competition there, and I was like, I hope not. I hope everybody buys my book and buys his too.
Yeah.
And of course, Nick Redfern's, he's revamping the book that he wrote with Brad Steiger, and he's coming out with like a third edition of it or whatever with more material. I think it's a good thing when you have like when something like this comes out, you'll have like a movie that'll come out and there'll be another one kind of like it, and then you feel like you have to watch both of them. And I told people I think it's a good thing that we all kind of came up with these books at the same time because it does put the phenomena to the forefront of everybody's mind.
Yeah. It really speaks to the way in which it's kind of flourished, if you want to use that term, in the last few years, because nobody was really talking about these things on a large scale until a few years ago, and now you have this person looking at it and this person talking about it. So I don't know if the general public is our target audience necessarily, but at least to the rest of the community, it kind of makes a statement that like people I was very skeptical of this 3 years ago when I first got into it. And, after doing the research and looking at the history, I kind of can't be skeptical in the same way that I was. And I think as people do their research and as they look at these different resources, I think that's a trend you're going to see repeated. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah. And are you going to come to the conference? I mean, it's only in Fort Worth. Are you going to be there?
Oh, I'm hoping. Yeah, man, absolutely. I was actually just talking to my wife about it yesterday. So,
yeah. You guys come on. You don't have to pay anything. You're an author.
I appreciate it.
You're that exclusive club.
Just to be around other people in the Texas community and the community in general, man. I'm real excited to be there. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
well, that's the whole point of I think the conference in the first place is just to bring around everybody in the community that has that same interest. But as to speak on also like what you were saying earlier, I think what has also been allowed is that people with these encounters feel more comfortable speaking about them, and because of it being so mainstream or not really mainstream, but being so pushed and having so many different avenues, not just coming from a single person, that it shows that there's a lot of different ways for people to get into it. Then also it shows a lot of people that it's okay to speak about it because it's no longer, like this thing that you have to be hidden and you have to like pretend like, oh, I'm just crazy. Or if I say anything about it, people are just going to say I'm crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And I mean, when you first started writing this book and you took on this task or whatever, did you ever feel like in the middle of it, like you just wanted to say screw it and quit? Was it ever that hard? I mean, did it ever get to that point?
Yeah. I mean, with any big project, long-term investment, like, of your time, there are moments where you're going, do I really want to do this? Is this really? And writing the book coincided with pretty much my wife's entire pregnancy. So our son was born, I want to say 3 weeks after the filming for the documentary, and the book had just been completed by that point. So there were definitely moments where I was like, is this a good idea? Am I actually going to finish this thing? But, and I couldn't have done it without my wife, man. Sarah, she took on a lot of just work and planning and stuff that I wasn't necessarily as active in as I would have liked to have been because I was working on this project. And so, having that support system around you, having those people that believe in you and are like, no, you can do this, that makes all the difference in the world, I think.
How did you, and I know that you fielded some reports that were out of Lake Travis area where you and I both lived. Yeah, I live out there now, but you lived close to there, just like I do. But how did it feel when you were taking reports, knowing how close you were to the wolf's den, so to speak?
Yeah. Oh, that's a great question, man. Yeah. I mean, there are moments where I got chills where I'm like, holy crap, I've been to this place. I've driven past this intersection. One of the intersections is 281 and Highways 290 up near Johnson City, just north of Blanco.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
That's a hotbed, boy.
Right. Yeah. Exactly where I'm talking about. And when I started looking into this stuff, we were driving to San Antonio 2-3 times a month to visit family. And we always took that back route because we hate I-35. Who doesn't? So we had driven past that intersection, I don't know how many dozens of times over the years leading up to this. And I remember reading that report and I was like, no way. Like somebody's messing with me. No way. And then it just kind of expanded from there. But yeah, there were moments where I was just like, this is literally my backyard. This is a place I've been numerous times. Like very easily, one of these sightings could have been, one that I had if I'd been there on the right day. And now, of course, I look anytime I drive by, I'm paying a lot more attention. But
I mean, I know exactly how you feel, but it's even weirder for me because I work security for my uncle. So I go to a lot of these spots and I'm like, I'm pretty sure someone had an encounter here. Like I just read about this. I heard about this one.
Yeah. I'll tell you one. I'll tell you one out near Mansfield Dam. I had somebody that was out there swimming and they said this happened back in like 1997. It was a long time ago. And I just got this one a couple of weeks ago and I was waiting to have you come on so we could talk about these. Me and Tony were like, hey, let's talk about these Lake Travis ones when Aaron comes on.
Who else?
And so we kind of saved them in our back pocket. But this one was crazy. And who hasn't gone and jumped off the cliff there? I have. But I went out there and I was swimming years ago, and there was a guy that sent me a story that said that he had literally, and back in 97, camera phones weren't even a thing. You didn't have cameras with you back then. It was like you went out and did whatever. I didn't get a cell phone until 99, 2000. But this guy, Evan, and actually we know him. He's a security guard too for another company. He's a big, he's not a scaredy cat guy. Evan's a big dude, man. I've watched Evan literally body slam a dude at the mall. He's a very large guy and he's an old friend of ours. And he said, dude, years ago, and it's like this never came up amongst me and him ever until just recently. He said, we went out there one time in 1997 and sitting right there on the dam was what we thought was a misshapen dog. And so they decided they were going to swim. And they said, well, there's this dog over there sitting on that slope of the dam. And so they decided to swim out there and just get a better look at it. And as they got closer, they said this thing stood up and then kind of let itself slide down into the water. And then they were like, what the heck am I looking at here, dude?
Mansfield Dam. No way.
Yes.
No way.
So they started swimming away from it, and then they said it dove down into the water. So then they're like looking around below them, swimming as best they can, trying to see if it's getting close. It was about 50 yards out, and so they finally got back to the shore and they came out and they said this thing didn't emerge for a while, like abnormally long for any kind of mammal. Like maybe 5 solid minutes, and then it comes up into the middle of the water, and then it looks over at them, and they were like, dude, did we just see a werewolf jump into the water?
That's insane.
Yeah.
See, that can take you down a whole other side tangent, because Mansfield Dam, is what builds up Lake Travis, and Lake Travis has all kinds of weird stuff tied to it. Mm-hmm. Going back decades and decades. That's wild. That's wild.
Yeah. One of the stories that I had gone over, and I'd gone over this one with Linda years ago, and it was one that I definitely wanted to put in my book, and I did. And it was a security guard and a guy doing pest control, and I've told this one before, so I'm not going to get into another version of it, retelling of it. But this thing was swimming across the lake, and they watched it get up onto the land, and then literally the hair began to fall off of it, and it looked like a native or Hispanic man. And it was so weird, man. And then right there, in that same area, I heard what I thought were not, wood knocks with my wife. We didn't see anything, but we thought there was something there, definitely Squatch-like. but this creature was definitely wolf-like. And when you were doing these reports, did you ever get any that sounded more like they were Bigfoot and not really Dogman, but you had to kind of go, wait a minute, is this,
Yeah, I mean there are a couple that kind of straddle the line. When you get into, just as an example, the Plum Creek monster, those are described
Mhm.
sometimes as being maybe hyena-like, but maybe also baboon-like. And then you get into even some of the older cases, the Bear King, no, the Beast of Bear, no wait, Bear King of Marble Falls. I don't know what bears are all up in there, which is again a whole
Dude.
nother question.
You're right. And it's weird. I don't want to interrupt you, Aaron, but I got to add this
No,
to you
no,
before you
yeah.
start going into that one. I've been doing a lot of research with David Weatherly as of late. He just fielded a report out of Blanco of a bear man. And then I just had, if you go to my show and you watch the episode, I think I saw a werewolf. We named it that because she saw what looks kind of like a bear man, and she describes it, and you're sitting there going like, it's just, what is it? You know what I mean? You're sitting there going like, what is this? It looks like
Yeah.
a bear, but it's not a bear. It's like a humanoid bear or whatever. It's just, I don't know what it was. And so she talks about it, but it happened right there outside of Marble Falls. So then the next week we dropped this was this week, Tuesday, we dropped an episode about Dogman and Bearman encounters, like werewolf, Bearman. So it is weird. In Marble Falls, you're right. It does have these creatures that sound like bears. And then I've gotten some very large Bigfoot reports in between Lago and Marble Falls, which is where I'm moving.
Yeah. And that's another very wooded area. There's a lot of people out there, but they're spread out. There's a lot of undeveloped space, and it's right next to this massive body of water. Yeah. That's wild, man. Like these descriptions, there's consistencies, but then they also cross over into what could be other entities or other cryptids. And like you said, you have to stop and just go, okay, wait, which one is this? Because if I wanted to get into Sasquatch sightings and start profiling them and looking for mentions of pointed ears and glowing eyes, like that would have been another year. That would have been another year of research. You pull up the BFRO map and look at Texas, and as you know, it's very
wild.
saturated. Yeah, and you've got sightings down there by Lake Travis, even there. So, yeah.
Tell people just a little bit, because you want them to read the book, and that's why you wrote it.
I'd like them to do that. Yeah,
it's not a hobby. You're doing it as a business now because it's now your job. But tell people a little bit about what the Marble Falls Bear Man is. Just give them a little taste.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That's one of these older stories that we can't trace to an exact origin point. And it could be that, the German settlers brought it with them. It could be a mixing of different cultures. The story goes that one day this farmer's daughter was working on the property doing her daily, chores or whatever. And she was carried off by this big, hairy being. And the next day she was found by the townspeople kind of wandering in a daze, like she had slipped away from this thing. She took him to the place where she said it had kept her all night, didn't hurt her or anything, just wouldn't let her leave. And they shot it and gunned it down. And it was described as being kind of a cross between maybe a bear and an ape, but also having very canine features in the face, like the long snout, the pointed ears, and one of the inconsistencies with this story is that this thing was not impervious to gunfire. It purportedly died there on the spot. But then you get in, and then you get into, okay, where did this story come from? There's a rumor that maybe it was a Native American legend that had already been in the area that the settlers, picked up on and were aware of. Okay, well, what tribe? Where do we trace that legend to? Who's saying that this is a Native American legend? So it's one of those stories that's kind of spotty, but in the details. But you do have this description of this creature that is a combination maybe of a bear and also a dog and then also an ape, and it appears to be intelligent, but it's also very much an animal. It's an interesting one. It's one of my favorites because one, it's so close to home, but two, it kind of crosses off all these boxes, on these checklists of what do we have in these weird stories.
Yeah. It's so weird because I kept getting reports in this middle, this area, like the Wimberley, near the Kamau, and it goes from New Braunfels out to Green, Wimberley. What are the other communities out there? Blanco.
Yeah, Blanco.
Near the Devil's Backbone, that whole area.
New Braunfels once you get a little further south. Yeah.
Yeah, and you get these weird reports. and a lot of them did describe what looked like a bear. But when you say, "Oh, a bear," then people are going to go, "Well, that's what you saw was a bear." So people were a little apprehensive to come out and say that they saw a bear because they're like, "That's not what I saw. I did not see a bear. I saw a werewolf that looked bear-like." And when you talk about a bear mixed with a gorilla type thing, that's a very common thing too. It's a very common theme, and many people call that like the gugwe. And if you start looking at how many reports there are in this area, you can't stuff them all into a book. You and I could start writing right now, and we could stop at the end of time, and we would never finish.
Yeah,
there's just too many. I mean, you had to kind of pick your spots, and that's why you and I didn't even really clash when it came to witnesses, because there were so many.
Yeah,
it's like, why would I need to poach from each? We didn't need to poach from each other. There's so much out there.
Yeah, I agree. Every expert or consultant I talked to said, "Hey, you got to talk to Josh Turner." But yeah, there wasn't a point where I'm like, "Oh, I got to get to this guy first before Josh does," because there aren't enough stories.
Yeah.
No, there's plenty.
There's plenty, and believe me,
plenty.
Even the weirdest stories we get, there's still a couple that kind of tie in together with them. It's like that's one thing that we found and we speak about quite a bit on our show, is that no matter what box your story fits into, it's never alone. It'll eventually get filled with something else. So no matter what file that we put your story in, we always find something else. And I think what's interesting about the bear man, werebear phenomenon is that I think Dogman right now has reached a spot where, like Bigfoot before, where people were misidentifying Dogman, they would be like, "Oh, that's just a Bigfoot," and like that was the main thing people would say. Be like, "Oh, you're not seeing what you think you're seeing. You probably just saw like a Bigfoot." I think Dogman has gotten to that level now where we shouldn't fall into the same trap where we're seeing things that kind of look like a Dogman, but we shouldn't still classify it as a Dogman until we have everything put together. And I think it's gotten so big now that people who have those kind of weirder stories are being pushed to the side, like Dogman people who had encounters were being at the beginning of the phenomenon. I think we're at that same level.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. What you're saying is like at one time the Bigfoot people had to go through the same thing that the Dogman people were going through.
And then the Dogman people are now at the same time.
Yeah. Well, I've had many people try to convince me that my sighting was a possible bear, or that it was I even had some weird theories, like it was a gorilla, or they say that it was a Bigfoot. And I'm like, no, I've been to the zoo. I've seen gorillas in the zoo. I haven't really seen them in real life, but real life, but I've seen bears plenty of times, and that wasn't a bear. And I've seen,
and we have so many just wild gorillas loose in the continental U.S. So of course
they're just everywhere.
Of course, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, I can't go to school without seeing at least 7. So
and you don't even go to school anymore.
Exactly.
So, that's what's even weirder.
Back in the day.
That's even another weird thing.
Had to shut the campus down. Gorillas
exactly.
everywhere.
The gorilla alert was on orange. It's like, dude.
Well, the thing too is like trying to explain these away with classified animals. Sometimes that makes less sense than, okay, you really did see something inexplicable. We're not supposed to have bears in Texas. There are some.
Packs of
there
dogs.
Are
That's another one.
Say again.
Packs of dogs that they seem to just be attacking everybody.
Oh yeah, they're attacking all these people, and some of the dogs look so ridiculous, and you're like, that dog ripped that lady's throat out.
That's a Chihuahua, man.
Can't even reach her throat. It was like that one that was a Spitz. I was like, dude, come on. I mean, it's not really going to be. What do you think about that, Aaron? Since I got you on here, what do you think about the spate of attacks going on? It seems like there's one every week now of these canines. Are dogs just turning on everybody, or do you think it's something more going on here?
Man, that's not something I've done enough research on to have an informed opinion. I can't tell you it's way too hot here. I can tell you, and I joke, but as temperature increases, tempers increase, and I don't see any reason to think that animals are exempt from that. We also have a huge problem, at least in the part of San Antonio I live in right now, with overpopulation of, wild animals. And dogs, when they're short on resources, they become feral. So if you've got an overabundance of under cared for dogs, attacks are, at least in populated areas, they're kind of inevitable, unfortunately. And that's just based on what little I know about animal behavior from being around veterinary people for a long time. But without having done enough research, that'd be my best bet.
Do you think that all of these attacks are actually dogs, or is there a possibility they could be something else?
I think there's always that possibility. I mean, we can't ever write off the inexplicable. At least, well, no, not ever. There's plenty of mundane explanations out there. But I think, again, until we've done our research, until we've really dug into it, we can't necessarily write it off and say, yeah, everything here is normal. This is a regular thing that should be happening. You have to look at like the history of that stuff too. How frequently has this happened in the decades leading up to now? And then if we're talking about packs of wild dogs, okay, what do those population numbers look like, at least based on estimates and the things that we know? So at least that's how I like to start looking at this stuff, is with historical records and the data that we do have, that we do know is scientific, and then kind of go from there. That's when it gets fun, because that's when we get to start speculating.
Do you think that when you were out, doing the research and interviewing people, did you ever come across stories of other things, like, that maybe it was like a goat man or some other kind of cryptid?
Yeah, I would say maybe one in 4 witnesses I talked to had another inexplicable experience not tied to the Dogman phenomena. There's one gentleman who, says he saw a thunderbird back in Lytle, Texas when he was very, very young. Another guy who's seen Bigfoot and Dogman, or what he perceives to be those things. A lot of people that have had experiences with ghosts and hauntings, which, as you know, our ghosts are thick down here, man. We got too many ghosts.
Everything is haunted. Oh my God, half of San Antonio is haunted.
You throw a rock and you hit a ghost, man. I was talking to a relative that lives in our neighborhood 2 nights ago. There's some weird stuff going on in their house. I've known these people for years, and I had no idea about this, and this is literally 1 block over from me. You literally cannot throw a rock without hitting something that's haunted. Where was I going there? Oh, sorry. So yeah, a lot of these folks have had other inexplicable experiences that don't necessarily correlate to their Dogman sighting. And I couldn't begin to speculate on what the reason for that is. But
dude, San Antonio is one of the most haunted cities I've ever been to. And if you go to any of those places, like the Minger, I was down there with Ken, and the Ken Gerhard, and we were having a drink at the what do you call it, the Manger Hotel.
Yeah, I just stayed there last month. Yeah.
It's nothing happened, but it's notoriously haunted. And you have the Emily Rose, which my wife totally believed that we did it on purpose. We were coming back from the coast. Yeah. Puerto Rico. Which one?
It was my fault because
it was definitely Anthony.
I didn't know it was haunted. Like I just looked it up. I looked up a good hotel on Google, one that had openings and one that wasn't that expensive. And surprisingly, the Emily Rose really wasn't that expensive. And so I said, okay, well, let's stay here. It's right there by the Alamo. And then Wolf looked it up, and it turned out it was like one of the most haunted places, or the haunted hotels in all of Texas. And we stayed there, and then me and Tony actually ended up not knowing that the Manger was also haunted, and just out of curiosity, we just wandered around the Manger because it's just a nice looking hotel.
Yeah, because there's a ghost tour there, right? I think, and then we were just like, well, we're not going to pay for it. We're just going to follow behind them, I guess. So we saw them kind of go into one of the hotels.
That's what we did, wasn't it?
Yeah, and then we just kind of followed after him and just like kind of stayed in the peripheral, listening to what he was saying.
Yeah, we were freeloading.
Yeah, pretty much.
Done the same thing in New Orleans.
But we had some weird stuff happen, actually. The faucet came on by itself twice, which happened to me down in Fort Brown, too. That was the same thing that happened to me there, which was weird, but it wasn't the same faucet, but it was the bathroom sink. And me and my wife were sitting there watching TV, and we were like, what the heck? And then every time we would leave, the phone would be off the hook when we come back, and then it was moved, like somebody was moving around our stuff. And then we find out the floor that we stayed on was what considered to be the most haunted floor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it was definitely one of the things where all the bad stuff happened. We were
at first we thought that floor was the morgue, but it wasn't. That floor was the it was the surgical floor.
Surgery. Yeah. Yeah, and I ended up reading a story from someone who says, I heard you stayed at the Emily Morgan, and then she sends me this detailed case where they saw, and I think we put it on the episode Haunted Hotel, the horror, Lone Star Horror or something, about the
Yeah.
hotel. And they saw a patient screaming going into the elevator, her and her husband. They're like, what the heck is that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I remember this one.
And it was just, and when we talked to the people that work there, the one girl, we were there at breakfast. And we were talking about everything ever weird happened to you. She's like, well, then we want to talk about it, but yeah. And she kind of looked around and she made sure we weren't within earshot of other guests. Then she started telling us all this creepy stuff. And my wife's like, I don't want to hear all this. She's like, okay, you talk about the paranormal, but she don't want to live it. And neither do I. I don't want to live it. But yeah, there's some creepy stuff in San Antonio. And I know, the story of Converse Werewolf. I mean, that's obviously a very famous werewolf case there, there's a whole lot of stories that come out of Texas, man.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I'm glad you got your book done, Aaron. I am glad that you got your first book out and got it under your belt, and I'm sure you feel like a sigh of relief. And what was your contribution to the documentary? Did they go into depth with you? Did they touch on anything from the book?
Yeah, so the documentary is kind of it's a companion to the book, and it's also a summary. It gives you a really good overview. We dig in really deep to a few of the cases in the book, and then there's some witnesses we contacted who Heather Moser found, because she's a wizard and can find anybody.
Oh yeah, she's amazing.
Yeah, she's great. She took some of the research I had done and expanded on it and found some of these people that I had actually read about. So the film is myself and Shannon LeGros, and we go to these different places and talk to these different witnesses. But we actually traveled the length of the Dogman Triangle. We started in Dallas, we drove down to the San Antonio area, and we ended out in Houston. And we traveled the whole thing. It was a lot of witness interviews, and then some on-site stuff where we actually went out in the field to where these sightings had occurred. So it's I feel a good mix of witness interviews, her and I discussing this stuff and going over the historical records, and then actually going out and doing some field work. So yeah,
and it really does make a triangle, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And that was what was so strange about it is, this started as research for an episode of a podcast, and I needed a catchy title. And I was like, oh, well, here's 3 Dogman sightings. That's a triangle. Great. Awesome. We'll call it the Texas Dogman Triangle. But then that pattern, again, stays consistent as you continue to look into this stuff. My hope is that as we go, more people come forward, we get more reports, and, maybe this triangle doesn't make sense anymore. Maybe it needs to be an octagon or a rhombus or some nonsensical thing like that.
See what shapes we can make.
Yeah, like we could do all kinds of shows. Spirograph would be great. So we'll see what else is out there as we go, but I don't, kind of like you were saying earlier, Josh, we're not done with this. Like there's a lot more to do. There's a lot more research to be done.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad, I'm pleased as punch, and I'm actually really glad that your book and then Nick's book and mine are all going to come out about the same time. I think it gives it more of a push. I don't think it's an oversaturation, because it's just going to be our books right now, because there are other Dogman books out there, folks. Okay. I'm telling you, and I've looked at a few of them, and I'm not going to be critical of people. I'm just saying, that they're not, just check out the documentary. Where can we find that documentary? Tell everybody, Aaron.
Yeah, it is on Amazon Prime Video. You can watch it on Tubi with ads at a reduced resolution. So, Amazon, however it gets to you, though. You can get a Blu-ray or a DVD from the Small Town Monsters shop at shop.smalltownmonsters.com. No one's paying me to say that. I've just had a lot of practice saying it. And you can find the book, The Texas Dogman Triangle, at both of those places as well.
Yeah. And hope to see you at the conference, and you, your wife, everybody, and bring your books so you can sell some books there and sign them. You got to sign some, and definitely send me a signed copy so I can get started reading it.
Yeah, man, I've got a batch coming in. Should be this week or next week, and I've got one earmarked for you, so I'll get that to you ASAP.
I appreciate it, Aaron. Thanks for coming on, man, and you keep fighting the good fight, dude.
Hey, thank you, man. I've been looking forward to doing this for a while, and we've tried to link up for a long time, so I'm really glad we finally made it happen.
Yeah, and don't be a stranger. Call me if you need me.
Same, brother. Same.
All right, I'll see you, brother. Have a good night. All right,
you too. Take it easy. Bye.
So that was Aaron Deese, and of course there were people who were like, well, this guy's going to be your competition or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. We're not in competition. We're we're friends. I like Aaron, and I hope him the best, and I hope everybody goes out and gets all of our books.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you're both intelligent enough to realize what's in the bigger picture, and it's not about selling more books. It's about finding these stories and handing it out to people so that they can research and read about it and understand it. And then because of that, maybe more people will come out. So then it becomes the furtherment of, you know, the Dogman phenomena to finding what at the root of it.
Yeah, I mean, you're all serving the same purpose. Like y'all have the same objective. So, you know, there really isn't room for there's no point in being like competitive, or, you know, there's no room for enemies or animosity. There's enough at the table for everyone to eat. You know, there's enough to go around. And I think it was Nick Valente who said, look, if you can't get stories, it's because you're lazy.
You're lazy.
Yeah, you're not putting in the work.
Everywhere.
There was enough. Like, we're not fighting over scraps here. Like, we're sitting at a table with mountains of food. You know, everyone can eat.
Mm-hmm. Folks, I want to say hello. Shout out to Elizabeth Gonzalez, who she's a good friend of mine on Facebook. She's been a fan of the show for a long time. She had said she was going to try and make the show tonight. And shout out to her. Starscream, shout out to you. I see you in the chat.
Yeah.
Bigfoot Rob, Michigan Rob, good friend of mine. Go check out his show. BMR, he's a great guy. Gil Sanchez. All right, Gil. Gil had a very interesting encounter. We got to have Gil come on. He had a Goatman story. Very interesting stuff. We got to get all this done. Folks, we have so many stories, so many people. We're backed up. We're trying to get them all out. I want to address somebody in the chat who I thought we were cool. I don't know, Giovanni just decided to go off the deep end and say something about, I was sitting here having a conversation with
I've never
Aaron.
seen him in the chat before.
You never seen Giovanni? I mean, he's been in there multiple times.
Well, it's Giovanna, so it's like that's a female name. I've never seen them in the chat before.
Yeah, I have.
It was like Giovanna Cipriano or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen them in there before.
It's probably a female.
Was it Giovanni? I didn't look. I thought it was. I haven't looked at the name.
Giovanna is the feminine of Giovanni.
Well, some of these people, some of these guys act worse than, they act like little girls. So he was definitely acting like a little teenage girl. He was in here saying, oh, why you got to fight with people? Why you got to do this? Why you got to do that? And why can't you just tell stories? And he just kept saying it. I'm sitting here, literally was in the middle of a story.
Yeah.
And the guy was saying that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? You look stupid when you do that, too. Because there doesn't have to be all this drama. You are the ones that are stirring it up. Giovanna, whatever your name is. So, yeah, this is got something going on. I got a work thing here. I got to tell this person. Sorry, folks. I have a very busy company. Let me answer this person real quick. Oh, my freaking head, my eyes. Oh, man. Work has just been a big pounding headache, constant headache. The people at the apartment complex we used to live at were not interested in cleaning up the mold, and now, we had to go and move our vehicles because we left, and I don't want them trying to tow them, and it was just a big hassle, and so now our patrol cars are scattered everywhere. It's just a big mess. We got a big mess and stuff, but that's life. If everything ran smoothly and everything was perfect, and we would be in the spirit world, we wouldn't be in the flesh, in this world where things aren't perfect and you have to go through all this. Somebody asked me that the other day. They're like, why do we have to go through suffering? Suffering brings transcendence and eventually to God. You go to the Creator. And I believe that you have to go through it. It's part of it. You can't escape it. And when you try, you're doing yourself and everyone around you a disservice. We all have to take our lumps. Last night when people were saying things on that show, it was hard to listen to. It was hard to hear. And I could have been like, well, I'm not going to sit here and listen to this. Who is this?
Marty.
You tell him stop calling during the live stream, dude. Jeez.
He really only does.
He's determined.
He asks like simple questions too. He could just text us. Or God forbid, email us.
Doesn't know how to work an email. But there was an individual who was very upset because, like I said, I didn't go after somebody who they say threatened them. I never saw any proof of it. So that was it. I just, I don't know why this person got on there and started saying all the things they were saying right now. I mean, they're just like, why can't you just tell stories? And you're asking me why I can't, just be a robot. Because I'm not a robot, Giovanna.
Like how much more stories do they want from it? We're doing 2 live streams now. We do a show on Tuesday anyway.
They also get mad because the live stream isn't just one story after another. Most live streams aren't. If you go on to other people's shows, they don't just machine gun fire stories. We try to interact with the listeners, the fans, and that's what this is about. And then you see people too, last night, people that you think are cool and you thought they were cool with you, whatever. And they were taking shots at me last night, and I'm just going like, whatever, man. And there were people coming out of the woodwork and saying things in other channels that were smaller channels who don't like me, that look at me as, I guess, competition or something. And they were going to AI and saying things to them, trying to form an alliance so that they could go against me or whatever. And I'm like, for what? For what? Is that how you want to go about doing things? Is that how you want to get more listeners? Is that what you want? Look, anything you have to fight to get, you have to fight to keep. The universe doesn't work that way. You can't underhandedly and backstabbedly work your way through life and then think that you're supposed to be handed everything because you got it a snipey, bad way. You're going to have it taken away from you in that way. And then it's time not to cry because you know what you did and why things are the way they are. So, it is what it is. I appreciate Aaron coming on and talking about his book. Folks, go check him out. It's the Texas Dogman Triangle.
Check it out on Amazon.
Amazon, go get your copy. And then my book will be coming out in a couple of weeks. What did he say?
Just asking who's at the triangle.
Told you, simple question where he could have texted. Speaking of triangles.
Did you have an answer?
Yeah.
Aaron Deese is at the triangle.
He's going to be there. He's going to do the triangle, the Dogman Triangle. Did you get it covered?
Yeah. Well, he's going to work it until like 1 o'clock.
Okay. Which one?
What? The triangle.
Which? Who?
Oh, Muhammad.
Okay. And Clark is he still bogged down with whatever in Pflugerville?
I don't know. I didn't call him. I called Muhammad first. Clark was the backup.
Okay. Yeah, folks, pray for us that we get things together and that we can get more accounts and do better financially so we can, keep the show going because we need that right now to, feed the show. We have to have revenue and to keep it going. And our security business is very important. So if you could give prayers, that helps. Thank you very much. Yeah, Sailor says calling out someone for their BS is apparently a threat now, eh? Ridiculous. Why can no one take criticism? Yeah, that's true. So, Tony, I was going to make you do push-ups tonight because everybody's been complaining that you never gave them their money's worth.
Oh, yeah, he still owes 160.
Yeah, but now that you're sick, we're going to let you slide on that. But we do think you should do jumping jacks at least.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Jumping jacks are easy. He can knock that
Well,
out.
I mean, he's got to lose something. I mean,
Well, yeah,
he's
but
gotta
jumping
do-
jacks don't build muscle. That's just cardio. You don't need to be doing cardio.
You're so mean.
I'm mean because I don't want him to be all cardioed out and look like
Cardioed out.
look like a string bean. That's what cardio does to you. You need to lift weights, not run.
Madeline says, poor Tony, laugh out loud. She's going against you, Anthony. I think Madeline is choosing Tony's side over yours.
Well,
I thought you were,
you're either for me or
you were
against me.
neutral. Oh, is that how it is? You have
Yeah.
to pick one of the other. Give
I really
ultimatums
yes, yes,
now?
and absolutes.
Oh, you're going to do.
Which was a stupid saying because like when Obi-Wan said that was an absolute right there.
Yeah.
So are you a Sith, Obi-Wan? It's kind
Well,
of dumb writing.
lazy writing. So, folks, here we got some Dogman. We were talking about Dogman earlier, and I'm going to go ahead and I can take my glasses off because this really hurts my eyes, dude. And my eyes so much in my head, it just hurts my head. And I got to take the hat off for a minute. And my hair, I'll probably end up with a thumbnail of my hair all over the place. I haven't been able to get a haircut because I've been ill, and I don't want to go get somebody sick trying to give me a haircut. Well, here, give me a haircut, and by the way, now you have whatever the heck I got. And I can't do that to somebody. So, I got a story, and this one came out of the Appalachians, and it was a pretty interesting Dogman story, so I thought it would be a good one to tell tonight. We've been talking a lot of Dogman leading up to the conference. That's probably going to continue. But it was really weird. It was really strange, and it did involve a paranormal aspect to it. And the person that gave me the story said they lived up in the Appalachians, up in Tennessee area, and they wanted to tell a story about what happened. Their grandmother was what they call a granny witch. And it's a really weird, it's a twist that this story has a twist to it, okay? But I'm going to tell you, stick with me on this one. And when I read it, I thought, oh, that's a good one. These people have had some serious stuff happen. Back in 1923, this person's grandmother, I guess it would be their grandmother, it would be their great-grandmother, was the granny witch, right? But their grandmother told them a story that happened back in 1923. I'm sorry, 1933. It was the height of it was the Great Depression, and everybody was struggling and suffering and it's like really truly suffering. Not like people say, "Oh, I'm suffering." No, they really did. And if you don't know this, some of the people of Appalachia are some of the poorest people in the country. Is that not correct?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, definitely.
The Appalachian, like that area and those people who live there, are some of like the least known, and they get the least attention of any like group of poor people, and they're like some of the poorest people, like literal dirt poor. This is like third world poverty that these people are suffering, but
they get no assistance.
Yeah,
either.
nobody cares.
Nobody cares. And the sad thing is, and so I give to a Christian Appalachian project. It's one of my favorite. It's not a popular one either because nobody cares about these people. I have my reasons why I think they don't care about them, but these people are almost like a forgotten people. And one of my favorite charities is the Christian Appalachian Project, which does help the people of the Appalachians. And so I was talking to someone one day about the Appalachians, and they said they don't live there now, but they said, I used to live there. And they said, but I have some stories about the Appalachians, and they had a couple good ghost stories, and they had a weird flying humanoid story. But I really zeroed in on the Dogman story because it was weird. It was more than a Dogman. What's going on here, Derek?
I mean, I don't want to be mean to him, but he keeps going on and on about some kind of personal grievance he has, but I don't know, the community and how he's been treated and something. I don't know.
Well, like last night, somebody kept talking about strawberry beetles, and I was getting really tired of that. But it's just
let's just keep.
Let's stay on topic, folks. Yeah. If you're not going to stay on topic, then you don't have to say anything. If your mind is elsewhere, then you don't have to be here. But anyway, let me get to the story. And so this person gave me a story, and she said that her grandmother was very poor child growing up in the Depression, and it was already the Appalachians where everybody's dirt poor. And in those hills, there was distilleries, and you were a moonshiner, whatever, or that was it. You really had much else going. And her grandmother was very much a granny witch. So she said that she had grown up with a mother who was a granny witch, but she wasn't the healing kind. She would only do things for people. She was a very selfish woman if you had something to give her. And if you didn't give her something, she would give you something. So if she came to see you and she helped heal you, it came with a price. And she wanted something from you. Well, unfortunately, most of the people in the Appalachians are poor. They can't give you anything. They're so poor they can't even pay attention. And so she was like exacting something from these people. She said that there was a werewolf. Actual words, werewolf, not a dogman, whatever. She said, you guys may call it a dogman. I said, no, I don't really call it that. That's what some people call it, but that's what they want to call it. JFA says, almost got struck by lightning. Thank God I have lightning like reflexes and dodge. Can't afford to miss a show. Woo. Well, we're glad you're here. So this person that told me this, she said that, her family was one of many families who had been afflicted by this creature and his predations. And what it did was it was snatching up people's dogs in that area. Dogs are very important. People use them to hunt. They use them for protection as watchdogs, guard dogs. And this thing was killing people's cats. They were killing their dogs. Everybody always had stray cats kind of hung around because they were good mousers. And they would keep your property clean, snakes and mice. And this thing was killing them. And it was also taking what little livestock they had and their chickens, which for a lot of people, it was a matter of whether you lived or died, if you could get eggs, from your hens. And so it was a very important thing. And it was during the Depression, like I said. This thing had attacked and eaten, wiped out entire areas from animals. Even the deer were being slaughtered. And they think that there was more than 2 of them. And so I can't, thank you for that, Overbuilt Automotive, but I can't drink Red Bull. So one of the things that everybody was doing was coming to her grandmother, or I guess would be her great-grandmother. This is being told from the perspective of her grandmother. So I'll say this woman was telling her this, okay? And she said everybody was coming to Mama, asking her for help, saying, look, we'll give you this, if you can get rid of this creature. A couple people had even been attacked. One of them was killed. Now, you got to remember, this is in the mountains and the hills of Appalachia. Not every time somebody dies out there, it's a big deal to the local law enforcement. They're probably just like, oh, well, one less, person to deal with, poor person, whatever. I don't care about poor people. That's the truth. And so one of these people was killed, and this granny witch says, oh, I can help you. She's like, but it's going to cost you. What she asked from one of the local communities that was being afflicted by this was that one of them give up their child. Not to sacrifice or anything like that. But she says, I need a child, like a young 12 to 13-year-old child.
Like to raise? To
raise, yeah. Because there were a lot of families that had too many children anyway. Mm-hmm. So it actually wasn't hard for them to find a child, a family that was willing to give up the child to basically go into servitude to this woman, who I feel like in this story was a very evil person, because who takes somebody's child from them? And if you're doing that, that's a horrible thing. Whenever this happened, eventually the killings and all the madness stopped. People stopped seeing the creature. pets stopped disappearing. Things kind of went back to normal and died down. Here's what she said one day when Mama was attacking this child for not cleaning something correctly. And it was literally a cauldron that she was using to do who knows what. And the child, she said, it needs to be scrubbed and cleaned perfectly. Okay? It's a cast iron cauldron. I need it cleaned, perfectly clean, whatever, to do what I have to do in it. But I don't know what that was. For all I know, she could have been making possum stew in it. I don't know. But when the child didn't do it correctly, she beat the child. And it was a boy, it was a male child. She beat him. And he tried to run away a couple times. And later on, I'm getting ahead of myself. The child tried to run away and was beaten every time, and eventually just learned to accept his lot in life as this, person's slave. What ended up happening was that one day the child did escape, and it happened with her help. It went back to the family where it came from. They went to bring this child back. Her mother disappeared. She said, Mama left. She said, I'm going to take care of this. While they were bringing the child back, Granny had gotten mad and had taken off. That night, the family that had given the child to the people, the Granny Witch, lost all of their what little livestock they had. They had 2 goats, a milk cow, which most people didn't even have that. And it slaughtered them. The neighbors had egg-laying hens, and they would trade, like milk for eggs and such. That's how these communities work, And they all, in that community, they all lost their animals almost one night. They were gone. They were going to starve. And the woman told them, I told you, and now I've allowed the beast to come back and do this and do that. So one night, a group of the men said, you know what? We're going to go out and we're going to do we're going to deal with this creature. So they sat up late one night near one of the distilleries, just hanging out, drinking a little moonshine. They heard the howling of this creature out there in the woods, slaughtering the deer. It would kill animals and just leave them there to rot. They were in the grip and throes of a terrible curse. They were like, we have done something to be cursed. These are superstitious people. And they are very God-fearing, and they believe that God was upset with them for whatever reason. They had allowed evil into their midst. Next thing you know, this creature appears about 30 yards from them, like a blur. And they all started shooting. What they shot, though, what they killed that night was not the werewolf that they thought it was. They went over to the body, and it was the Granny Witch. It was the witch. She was laying there dead. And they were like, what the heck? We all saw what looked like, a really fast-moving, upright, canid type creature, whatever. Not her words, but yeah, a werewolf. She told me, she's like, I never wanted to believe this, but Mama was the creature. She was the beast. She was out. She doesn't know how it happened or how it came to be. But she said that one of the things she found in her belongings when they were getting ready to lay her to rest or whatever, the church there refused to allow her to be buried in the cemetery. And they said, what do you think caused this? They found a wolf pelt. She said that people told her that is a way to become a werewolf. It's tales that go back to the old countries, So she said one night, about 10 years later, when she was already an adult, she put this belt on. And what ended up happening, she goes, dude, I had a dream, the weirdest dream, but it seemed so real. But I'm convinced it was a dream, but just a very real-like dream. Melissa, thank you for that donation. We appreciate it. And she said that she had a dream that she was running through the forest. She could smell everything. All of her senses were heightened, blah, blah, blah. And I told her, I said, her name is Alice. But I said, Alice, let me ask you a question. Your grandmother told you this story. She says, yeah. I said, do you know where that pelt is now? And she says, yes, I do. I have it in my possession. I said, did you ever try it on like your grandmother did? And she said, I started to put it on one time. And she's like, the one time I saw my grandmother, and I went to bed with it on. So I guess she didn't start to put it, she put it on, but she didn't start to go to sleep. She said, just as I was about to close my eyes, something shook me. I woke up and there was my grandmother telling her no. She took that as a sign, and she took the pelt off and she put it into the closet and said, I never touched it again. And I said, do you think that it was your grandmother warning you about the dangers of taking that and putting it on? She said, yes, I do. Her grandmother told her this. On her deathbed, she says, I know how this happened to it was when she was dying. She was dying of cancer. And she said that she wasn't like about to die right that day, but she was like dying, you know. And she was in the last days of her life. The cancer was spreading throughout her body. And she told her, she said, Alice, I know how my mother did what she did. She was a granny witch. And whenever she asked for something, people would have to give up something that they really prized. She healed a man one time that was laying on the side of the road dying. She said, we were driving on the road. She was getting a ride from somebody she didn't own a car. She was driving along the road and she says, stop. She gets out and she's like, this man needs help. You gotta remember, this is a very powerful witch. The driver was like, what the hell are you talking about, man? Look at that thing. Game over, man. Game over. Why don't you put yourself in charge, Granny? No, I'm just kidding. It's not what happened. I channeled Bill Paxton from another. Look, it was a beast. He gets out of the truck with his brother. And they got their guns and they're like, get back. Stand away from that. What is that? It's a wolf. She's like, this is a man and he needs help. He's been struck by something in the road. Might have been horses. Not everybody used cars back then. These guys were well off enough to own a jalopy. They said, what are you doing? She says, Mama, this is the story from her grandmother's perspective. She says, Mama said that she helped that man. She reached into his gut and pulled out the midsection and then yanked on it real hard. And this dude just turned right back into a person right before their eyes. She knew he had a belt. She's like, I had always heard about these wolf pelts that were laced with magic that could change a person. She's like, and now I found one. She's like, I'll heal you. I'll heal you back to life. But this pelt is mine. He said, anything, help me. I'm dying. She healed him back to life. Next thing you know, he worked for her for about a year and a half. And then one day he went in and he tried to take the pelt. Oh, Granny, don't play that. She's like, I warned you. At that moment, she admitted to her own daughter. She's like, that was a fake one. That was a wolf pelt, but it wasn't the pelt that he thought it was, you know? She's like, I healed you back to health, broken ribs, collapsed lungs. And this is how you repay me? You're going to put the pelt on and eat me? And he's like, no, I just wanted to put the pelt on and leave because I don't want to be your slave for all eternity. And she's like, oh, it's too late for that. She out-tricked him. She put the pelt on and she's like, you're going to pay the full price. And she's like, I offered you a way out. I only asked for a few years of service. And he's like, you already took my pelt. And she's like, and you got it through ill-gotten gains. Supposedly was given to him by a member of either the Shawnee or the Chickasaw. I can't remember which tribe she said it was. On a trade. She's like, and now You gave it to me for your life. She puts on the pelt. She changes. The guy runs. She chases him out of the house. And she's like, Mama, did you catch him? She's like, I caught him and I devoured him. She's like, was that the first person you killed? She said, yeah, as the wolf, yeah. And it was very satisfying. And I got a taste for blood. And I tried to only kill animals, but people was very tempting. And so really, really, really messed up. And she told her, she's like, I did what I did and I enjoyed it. And she's like, as she began to die, she began to freak out like she was, something really bad was happening.
Not surprised.
And I said, yeah, somebody who relishes in the death of animals and people. What do you think she was seeing in her final moments? Was it worth it? Now, she did live an abnormally long time. She was 99 years old when she died.
Yeah, but, I mean, so what? Like, what is that in the grand scope of things?
The grand scope of eternity. What is 99 years?
Mm-hmm.
Well, people trade their eternal soul for a little bit of instant gratification. But
Sounds
anyway,
like a deal to me.
Yeah, that was a pretty crazy story when she told me that, and I thought that is unreal. And I've got another couple stories that run kind of similar to that, but that one there I thought was a good story to tell on the show, a good one to tell when Aaron Deese was on tonight, and whatever. I think that it really stuck with her grandmother to know that her mother may have been a serial murderer, basically, for all intents and purposes, and someone who took pleasure in destroying people's livelihoods. I agree, Corley. I counseled her on that. I said, if you still have that pelt, she doesn't know if she has the real one or the fake one, which it's not a fake wolf pelt, but it's not necessarily the one. She doesn't know. And she doesn't want to try to put it on. And I said, well, if you were putting that particular pelt on and your grandmother's ghost came to you to tell you, hey, don't go and do it, then you probably got the right one. You should destroy it. And I'm telling you right now, if you're listening, you should destroy it. Her mother was a very evil person. Your grandmother's mother, your great-grandmother, who did very bad things. So that's a story right there. Give me your comments. Tell me what you think of that. Do you think that is... I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, it was a good story.
Somebody said, burn it anyways, burn it.
I mean, I was thinking the same thing. Doesn't matter if you know it's real or not.
KD7 says, I think it's tulpa magic. What do you expound upon that? That's another good point. Kate says, wouldn't want to burn it if they release something. I don't know. Do you think burning it would have been the appropriate response to that?
I think getting rid of it is obviously the way to go. I just don't know. Obviously, she should talk to someone to figure out the way to do it.
I guess.
You should take it to a church or a priest or something, and just tell them what it is and see what they can do with it. I mean, at the very least, put it in their hands. Yeah,
there's got to be someone she could talk to, but I do recommend that they destroy it, even if it's not real.
Well, I told her to mail it to us, and that we'll test it out and see how it works.
Oh, great!
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Larry Fisher, thank you for that donation.
Yeah,
Larry. Shout out to
I'll
Larry.
get right on that.
Fisher and Sons Roofing. Don't forget, guys, Fisher and Sons Roofing. If you need roofs, let him know. Or let me know, and I'll get you in touch with him. Cooper Young. What the heck are you talking? Cooper, hello. Come on. Yeah, Kate, I know it is. I'm sorry. I should tell a more upbeat story about skinwalker granny witches. You're right.
We all know those. I mean,
Let me
we
make
all
up
know
a
those.
story by here about there was a good granny witch who did not own a pelt that changed into a werewolf and did not eat people's
She did not unalive people.
livestocks, and she did not unalive people.
She was
end.
great at unaliving no one.
She was the best unaliver. She
Of
was
nobody.
the best no unaliver on the planet. Thank you for that kind words. Jason Ward said people only take shots at you because you're already above them and you're seen as the threat to them. Pure jealousy. Ignore it all. Just focus on the good energy around. Yeah, you're right, man. Trying to. Mushu would put it on and do all his push-ups. Salt it, bury it in Holy Land. Yeah, there you go, Gabrielle. Samuel says if you burn it, there is no object for the energy to occupy. If you ship it, it will have another chance to do worse. You're right. No, it's not shipping to me. I'm joking. That's not happening. I don't want that at my house. Please don't believe that. So Edith says something here interesting. Yes, burn it. It is a curse. The spirit of Granny transfers to next of kin, generational bloodline curse. Somebody earlier said something about a bloodline curse. Who was that? I want to touch on that. We've done a show about curses and generations, familial curses, generational curses. One of the things I'm going to tell you is that I've talked to many people about this, and me and my wife have come to the conclusion, just from our own conversations, that we think generational and familial curses come from people's sin, right? Well, what could happen is that these people, their sin gets them into a situation where their bloodline is cursed. Do you know how that could happen? Because I believe that your sins can exist in your DNA. And then those sins will be passed down. Sins of the mother, sins of the father. And so it's a very sad thing.
Well, it's definitely not fair.
Do sins corrupt DNA? No, it's not fair. But it is also up to us through our good works and our, salvation to get rid of these curses.
That's why we suffer.
Yeah.
I mean, I know like certain behaviors that are learned from one generation can actually be passed down genetically to the next. Like that, they'll just inherit something that their parents, at least one of their parents, just learned and that wasn't like really embedded in their DNA.
Oh yeah,
But they'll actually have that in their DNA. Like I think there was like an experiment where these scientists had these mice, and every time they fed them, they would ring a bell to get that association, and then the mice's offspring. Like whenever they heard the bell, they weren't trained to associate that with food, but they just automatically knew, oh, the bell means feeding time.
Yeah.
So I mean, on a physical level, like that, maybe like that's what it could be related like that.
Well, we need to start. I think the problem comes in where we need to start. Is your shirt like too big on you or something? Are you just losing weight or what?
No, this is it's a V-neck shirt.
I think you've lost some muscle mass since you've not.
Well, yeah, I've been sick. I've shriveled up since I've
me
been
too.
sick.
I've
Yeah.
just gotten bigger around my midsection and just blah. I just can't. You can't do nothing. It's just like moving around. Feels like you're burning a bunch of energy. So you can just lay there. Oh no, Nina Sinclair. Did y'all read that? That's horrible.
think I read it.
Says when my oldest brother was 18, he got involved with a witch, and when he wanted to break up with her, she said she was putting a curse, a spell on him, and would take his life. He died of meningitis a few months later. I have a weird one, and this is true, and this isn't a challenge to anybody, please. But there was a guy downtown. I'm not going to say his name, but he put a curse on me because we got into a fight at the club, and he got the losing end of it. And he started it anyway. He started with someone else, and I had to finish it. And he told everybody, I'm going to put a curse on you, this and that, blah, blah, blah. He kept screaming. He goes, you're screwed. You're going to die. Literally I think it was like, I want to say it was 3 days, but I think it was about 4 or 5 days. I found out that he had died in a car wreck, and he died horribly. Horribly. Now, I'm not saying it's because he put the curse on me and it backfired or something, but he did put a curse. His girlfriend confirmed that he did do a ceremony. He did all this crap. And it was a blood ceremony. I don't know if he used his own blood or what, but he was into blood magic, and I knew this guy, and he was a drug dealer. And he died in a terrible way. Like, he died horribly. I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. That's a story me and my guys have talked about before and thought about, you know. Melissa Purvis says, hey, PRT family, I'm hoping anyone who wants to match my super chat or just donate one tonight. Let's show our love and support. Thank you for that. I appreciate it so much. And then who else donated? I just saw somebody.
It's someone no name, or well, their name is like a star.
Yeah, it says,
Donated
looking
20
forward to meeting you guys at the conference. Celebrate the first super chat from
them. Not really giving you a name, but thank you.
Yeah, that star means that they joined like the $5 a month member thing, but it's not showing their username. So I wish we could thank you by name, but it's not showing up.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Well, nobody's a bigger fan of PRT than nobody.
I'm just reading some of the comments here, folks. If you got something you want me to talk about, tell me. I have stories like in this database up here that I've been, you know, we go over some pretty good ones, and we have some kind of ready to go for tonight if you guys, whatever category you want. Dogman seems to be the order of the day. That's why I said Dogman, Werewolves, Dogman, and Dogman, because that's kind of what we've been talking about. But I'm willing to talk about whatever. Desert terror birds. KD7 really into the desert terror birds. Chris, why do you want to hear about black orbs? JFA says, are there people in the paranormal field specialized in breaking curses? If so, what are they called? Different people claim to be able to do that. I don't know if there's any real, you know, I mean.
Well, the thing about it is, like, the people who claim to be able to do that also come from a similar origin. They're just like two sides of the same coin. It kind of feels like, and then there's some who, if they come through it with Jesus, then it's a different story. I feel like.
What are you talking about? Like those self-proclaimed white witches?
Yeah, where they're like, yeah, we can break your curses because we're white witches, but it's like
yeah. I mean, ultimately they're playing around with the same.
It's like, yeah,
with the same like dangerous. It's like playing with gasoline. Like, you know, maybe gasoline in and of itself is not inherently an evil thing, but it's extremely dangerous. So it's advisable to just not play with it. You know, it's not a toy.
Yeah.
Brett Lawfer has something interesting. He says maybe some Fort Worth area focused accounts. Oh my gosh. Folks, if you're looking for cryptids, come into Texas.
Sound like a commercial.
That's where you can go look for cryptids. Come to the conference in Fort Worth, because there is a lot of woods that you can go explore. Goatman Bridge isn't far from there. I was thinking of this. I was thinking of taking a select group of people to Goatman Bridge. I've been out there. Maybe we can go out there and take a look at it, you know, just with a few people who come to the conference, you know, so maybe some of the Patreon members as a bonus for you guys or whatever, or people who are Patreon, VIP members, whatever. Because I can't take a whole bunch of people because it's not going to work, but we can take a few, and I was thinking about doing like a raffle and just on a maybe Saturday night, we could take a trip out there and take a handful of people to Goatman Bridge and we could go walk around it.
I think we should bring torches and pitchforks and we should hunt down that Goatman.
Oh man, that'd be great. Let's see how it says down, right?
Uh-huh.
Brett Lawfer says, he said something else in the back there. He says, I still want to hear about the Fort Worth Monster prior to the conference. And yes, I'm going to actually have Lyle Blackburn. He's been on the show many times before and we've talked, but he's talked about it on the live stream. So we're going to have him come on in a few weeks, and then he's going to talk about a little bit about the Lake Worth Monster. One of the theories is that it is a Goatman. And Lake Worth is right there, right next to where the conference is going to be. We literally chose last year's spot based on the LBL and the notoriety of it. This year we chose it based on the notoriety of the Lake Worth Monster. Some people say it was wolf-like. Some people say it was goat-like. Some people say it was a Bigfoot. Everybody's got their own theories. Some people say, well, it was mostly just Bigfoot-looking, but some people added horns. And it wasn't just one or two people. No, there were others, because I got a story recently from a guy who claims that his great uncle told him, who he's still alive too. He's not like he's not deceased, but his great uncle told him that this thing out there did look like a Goatman, and that him and his girlfriend actually witnessed it or saw it one time, and they saw it right over there near White Settlement where we're going to be at. So we're right there in the heart of Goatman country, and the whole area of Texas, the whole area is actually Dogman country. So it's hard to miss they're there. You know what I mean? That's the whole point of us going out there. Any reptilian stories? Anybody got any thoughts about the woman on the plane that claims she saw a reptilian?
I haven't seen that video.
Yeah,
I just learned about it today.
It's in the Paranormal Roundtable group, man. It was posted by three different people. Brett says, I was contemplating camping in September. Do what you got to do, man. But I mean, I'm not going to recommend it because I don't want to be recommending something that could potentially be bad for you. But people were camping out in my last conference, weren't there? People there was a bunch of people that were camping right down the road from where we were having the conference last year in Tennessee. What else do we got here? Junior Perez. Yeah, I typically stay away from those because there's one guy in particular who gets real overprotective of and he'll fight with anybody who says anything about that subject. So I'd prefer to just not be on that guy's radar and fight with him. Yeah, Joanne Hartnett made a very good point. Have you heard about any blue orbs around the Goatman Bridge? Yes, actually, me and Anthony saw one in the water.
Yeah.
We saw one in the water. We could never figure out what it was. I even tried to throw a rock toward it, and it didn't do anything. It didn't even move. It was just there. It was like a blue orb, and it just sat in the water. That was very weird. We couldn't figure out what it was. We were the only ones out there, too. So,
got anything about bridge trolls? Anything else?
Yeah.
It's been a while since we had those stories.
We actually talked about the Hoxie Bridge. If you go back to the show about Hoxie Bridge, and then we talked about Wilbarger Bridge in Manor, which is supposedly haunted by a Goatman, where Logie and Chief claim to have seen some sort of goat-like entity down there. Any more Lake Texoma stories? Yeah, actually, that was one of my actual boots-on-the-ground field investigations. We went out to Lake Texoma, and we went out to a spot where some people supposedly had seen some things, and one guy claims that he was upended on a jet ski by what he claims was a Bigfoot-looking type creature that literally knocked him. Well, I think he ran over it, and it flipped him, and then he didn't know where it went, so he got back on his jet ski and got out of there. But there are a lot of stories in that area about Dogman and Bigfoot. and Lake Texoma. And of course, the Choctaw Reservation is right there. And there's a lot of people who claim that there's a skinwalker type entity. You know, of course, don't say it's a skinwalker. People will be like, well, skinwalker's only for Navajos. And those are not the same kind of hosts. Those are some other people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, whatever. Here's the thing. The Choctaw and every other tribe has some version of shape-shifting. Why do you think that is? Do you think that it's because they were a bunch of ignorant savages that didn't know what they were talking about? Because I don't believe that. I believe that they know something that most people don't. Why is it that if you talk to East Asians and you go to Asia, they have stories of vampires? Every single culture there has a story of a vampire. And if it's an Americanized Asian, Tony, we've talked about this, and they say, oh, I've never heard of that, don't take that for anything because that they've been Americanized. The ones that come from there totally believe in these vampires, even if they're just like a spiritual type thing.
I mean, I think I've spoken about it before, about how the supernatural is in my household. It wasn't like something, it was natural. It wasn't like something to question. It wasn't something that you thought like, oh, maybe she's just making it up. It was just like, yeah, that's just how things are. And it's always been like that. So that's why like things like vampires don't sound that crazy to me, because that's like, oh, that's just coming from my mom. My mom probably has a story like that somewhere.
Well, she did, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or just
she
like,
didn't see one that I remember talking about, but I remember her talking about it.
I know she has enough like horror stories from Vietnam. So like I nothing that people really tell me either surprises me in any way. So, you know, I mean, that's just how I think a lot of those East Asian immigrants, specifically immigrants, that kind of their mindset about, they're very superstitious because over there was a reason to be. I mean, it's simple as that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like an accepted part of life for them. It's not even like that. Like it's not even like up for debate in their minds. Like, is this true? Is this like just a superstition? To them, it's just like no. This is just like what you have to look out for. Just
Yeah, I
like in
think
the same way you have to look out for like a predator or something.
You'd be weirder if you were just like, oh, I don't believe you. They'd be like, really? You don't knock on
What
wood
are you,
3
stupid?
times when you say something stupid?
Well, you sound crazy. What, you don't believe in this?
Yeah. And because of that, I think it's been made accepting a lot of things a lot easier, but also kind of just gave me that open-minded mindset that I think has allowed me to survive in this community. And I think it made me like take a look at everything and kind of be like, oh, I have no idea what the heck is going on here, because when my mom would tell me stories, the few that she would tell me, I would have no idea what the heck was going on. But because I know how difficult of a life she lived in Vietnam, like, it was just always that mindset of like, who am I to question her about what she's experienced or about what the people around her experience? I just don't have that right. So
Yeah, your mom's a real deal, dude. Like,
very intense. But like that intensity is just part of love. Like, you know, the more my mom and like every time we have an outing and all our family come around, if you listen in for like 20 seconds, you'd be like, oh my gosh, these people are fighting 24/7. And it's not like, the more intense sounding the words coming out of our mouth, the more like emotion you can tell that we're putting towards each other. And it's very like, Vietnamese is just very aggressive for some reason.
Yeah, like even the pronunciations, like if you pronounce words correctly in Vietnamese, it sounds like you're trying to speak aggressively.
And it wasn't like Kat the Grey says, like tough love. It wasn't like tough in the sense that she was being tough. It was just like very intense. It'd be like if someone was just yelling, I love you at your face. That's just how Vietnamese talk.
Yeah.
And it's just like the way it sounds is like, oh, they're yelling at me, but the words they're saying mean nothing like what it sounds like. And I gotta actually talk to my mom some more, because there's probably a bunch of stories that she hasn't told me.
Yeah.
And what about your mom?
Is she still doing like the shamanism thing that she used to do?
No, she
Like,
stopped doing that for
Not
a
at
while.
all. Not in any capacity.
Well, I mean, for a little bit, she was doing it, but I think she stopped because it's so easy to fall into that dark side.
Yeah.
And I think like she realized that she needed to break off and be like away from it for a while before she could do it again because of how easy it is to fall into that dark side.
Yeah.
Freaking quitter.
That's what
I
I
don't know. I mean, like I saw like a visible change in her whenever
Yeah,
she was.
It was something that, like, if you didn't
Like she
believe
was
before,
checked
you
out,
would.
and there was like some very intimidating, powerful male.
Presence.
you
It
know,
wasn't
masculine
even
presence
just like
that was, driving her.
the aura too, or just like it was like a bit overbearing. The way it just like came over her, and you could just feel it like a pressure on you. Sometimes.
Well, it was weird. She just had like a trip to Vietnam, and then she came back and decided that she was a witch. I mean,
Yeah.
that's essentially what it was. And, she's very capable of putting spells and curses on people. Very, very capable of doing that. I'm glad that she got away from it. I didn't like the change that we saw in her.
Yeah.
But, let's see. Just kind of looking to see what we got here in the chat. A lot of times when I'm telling stories, I don't have a time to really read the chat. The Jackal 88. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. Katie 7. Yeah, Melody. Yeah, mine did too. Never whistle. And my great aunt told me that not to whistle at night. Never follow voices when in the woods. I never understood what she meant until 2 years later. I heard what sounded like my grandma calling me. That's an interesting thing, and I can tell you a story based on that. But first, I need donations. Without them, sorry, man, no stories. I'm like the great Voltaire. What is it? I can read your fortune. I can tell your fortune, but only after you put change in the machine.
Oh yeah, that old thing.
I'm waiting. I'll do this all night. I could just sit here and go back and forth until somebody gives me a donation.
I think like people who charge for those kind of services are about as competent as that machine.
Yeah. Well, it's wrong to do
Yeah.
that too. I mean, to sit there and ask people to pay you to help them, like the Granny Witch. I mean, she was literally she was terrorizing these people, and then you have to pay me with something to make it stop. And it was really just her kind of behaving a little bit if you paid her. Oh, you're not going to get me with that one, Squishy. We'll call you Squishy. Adam DeLorme says, I'm a poor Indian from the res. Sorry. Adam, do you have any stories coming off the reservation? I get a lot of good ones out of there. I'm waiting. I'm trying to save them up because I want to do like a big, at least 2-parter just based on that. I did one with my cousin Trey, who needs to come back and finish. We still have meat on the bone left for that one. Yeah, Brett, I know. And to pay so dearly. No, Savage, YouTube does take a percentage of it. And then, unfortunately, the best way to do would be to donate to
PayPal.
PayPal. But, I don't know how we could do that. I mean, I guess you could start putting a link up there.
The link to PayPal is already in the description of the video. Like it'll say donate, and then right next to the word donate is going to be like a link. You click on that, and it'll take you to PayPal.
One thing it does, though, when you do the super chat, you actually it gets highlighted and we read your comment. So if you really have something to say, it's a good way to get your comment read. Love Cat says PayPal is best. Yes, you're right. I want to tell one more story, but I want to pick my spot here before I bail. And I want to know that people are actually entertained and just, they actually go and they watch the whole show, or they're just bouncing in and out, not really interested, Because if you come in the middle of a story, you're not going to know what's going on. Sauceman slots. What are you talking about? Went off around 2 a.m. for the yeah. It's pretty funny. Thank you, Mel. You guys don't have to do that. I'm just saying if you want it read for it to be noticed and stand out, that's a way to do it. That's not telling you have to do that or whatever. And if you actually, like I said, if you're serious about wanting to donate, you can go to the PayPal thing and actually donate to help. Oh, it's not, we don't lose 40%, Eddie. We just don't get the whole 100. I mean, that's another thing too, but then again, I don't know. It was the person that claims that she's the remote viewer or whatever, and like I said, I haven't seen any proof of this, but she claims that the guy that runs the deal that she works for, he takes 100% of their super chats. I can't imagine that. And so I gave the advice,
What kind of deal is that?
Yeah, I gave her the advice, don't work there. I mean, so I've heard people saying that I've been telling her to leave that organization. You come to me and say, I'm working like a slave in a salt mine. I'm going to tell you, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be there. Are you forced to work there? Are you a slave? Are you stuck? Because if he's taking 100% of your donations, then maybe you should leave. That's the response you got from me because you asked. So apparently they're mad at me, whatever over there, and they're all being told to be against me because I don't want to support this person who's been, attacking me and going like she did with the guys at AI. She went over there and tried to get them to turn on me or whatever because I wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't attack a guy. Folks, sometimes it seems like you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. You try to do the right thing, and then it just somebody's always got a problem with it. Roscoe Gravitt says, any stories from North Georgia? Yeah, I do have stories from Georgia. Let me look at the map because there was one, and I want to see if this is in North Georgia or not. Macon gets some really weird stories. Oh, did you see that?
What?
You didn't hear that? That scrape?
Yeah, I just assumed it was your hand or your jewelry or something.
It was this.
Would you move it?
No, it moved on its own.
Oh.
What's that?
Might have been the way you said it. Probably
Did y'all hear that? I don't know. I wish there was a way to go back and hear.
I mean, they probably wouldn't have heard it on the video.
Who made Josh a YouTube cop? What? That was weird. That thing moved.
Oh.
I've been playing with this the whole show. It's just a deer antler. It was actually made by my cousin Clayton. He used to be a pitcher for the Texas A&M, but he got injured. He could have done a lot more. But anyway, he makes these as a part-time hobby. He gave me one for Christmas a few years ago. Sorry, folks, I'm very nasally. I know I sound different right now. That was so weird. It was like sitting like this, and it just went like this. Like it just moved. That was weird. That was weird. We're sitting here talking about this stuff, and sometimes stuff happens. Shade Viking, any news updates? Yeah, there is, and I'm waiting for Shane's brother to get out of a certain place where you're not allowed to move around. Hey, Wolf, are you still upset? No, I'm not. I don't know. Mike Turner, thank you for that donation, Mike. I know Mike is a fan of both AI and us, so I'm sure you're pleased to know that we're going to be collaborating, and it's an awesome thing. Shows that men can talk things out like adults. I'm just a man. I'm a man, a real man. I don't identify as anything else. I don't identify as a furry, suited tiger. I don't identify as anything but me. Okay? And as such, and Mike and Kirk are men too. They thought they were doing the right thing. They did what they did. They said what they said. I didn't agree with it, but we talked it out like men. And we had a great conversation today. We talked for like 2.5 hours. And it's one of those things where, you know, goodness can come out of this. It can be conflict, but it doesn't have to stay that way. Let me look at the map of this Georgia one, because I have a weird story about Georgia I can tell you. I'll see if it's in North Georgia. It's always like the first thing they do with maps. Amazon! You're not going to be able to see the thing correctly. Oh, God. This one was... Oh, yeah, it is. Well, I guess it's kind of near North Georgia. There's a place called Jasper. And I knew where Jasper, Texas was, but I didn't know where Macon had another one near Macon, which is like, no, that's not really, that's more central. It's almost central. But Macon, there was one outside of Macon, then I had one near a place called Jasper. And if you, still kind of unnerved by that, it was weird. I don't know why I would move this. And this isn't a pure metal either. Purification of metal, it comes from like solid gold, solid silver, or really high, like 18 karat gold, or iron. That's what's going to break up those charges. An alloy doesn't really work unless it's got a lot of gold or silver in it. Platinum is another one. I mean, there's like pure metals. They thrive on that. It says Jasper is right next door. Well, that's good. I got one here, Jasper, but it's not a Dogman story. In fact, this is actually more interesting than a Dogman or a Bigfoot because I think it's a Gugwe. And we say Gugwe because, hey, Dana, how you doing? I say Gugwe because that's what we call a creature that's like a hybrid between they call it barilla, all kinds of different names, but that's what we call like a hybrid. And one of the things that these things are known for is being extremely aggressive. And these people were driving out near Jasper. They're not from there, but that's where the encounter happened. I remember when you said Georgia that there were two places I remember in particular near Macon. Got a lot of weird ghost stories and a few Dogman stories near Savannah, Augusta. Weird story like a vampire type story outside of Atlanta. Or no, I'm sorry, in Atlanta actually. She was determined that it was a vampire, you know. And what's really crazy though, when we were talking about this, it's funny because like earlier you were talking, then something moved over here. But whenever I was talking about this, while the person was talking about this incident, they said that a picture fell off the wall because I heard like a bang and I was like, what was that? And they said it was a picture that fell off the wall, which Anthony can attest to. That happens. We'll be talking to someone. Remember when we were doing the, before I tell the story, I'll tell you another one. You remember when we were doing the show, we were in the studio and they were recording us for These Woods Are Haunted. Mm-hmm. Me and Scorpion, he just popped up right there as I said it, at the bottom. But they were doing the interview for us, and when I did the interview with these guys during the pre-interview, where you talked to them about your story, I was at Top Golf. This is one of my clients, and there were two guards there, and they were on the other side of the property. The building is like 12 to 14,000 square foot. It's huge. I've heard two different numbers, that's why I don't know for sure. But I was there and we were talking. We get to this one point, and this is based on the story that we told, the true story, the Church of the Forgotten. And somebody asked me for the coordinates. They keep asking me for the coordinates of that. First of all, it's rubble, but there's some rubble still there. But I can't give you that so you can go out there. And in fact, that was one of the things that the show doesn't want me doing now either, because if people tell, hey, this is exactly where this happened, people are going to watch that, then they're going to go out there, and then they're going to say, oh, well, Josh Turner told this story on his show, and then they told it on the on These Woods Are Haunted, and then, next thing you know, somebody gets hurt, and it's all our fault. And everybody gets sued, so lawsuit things are very big right now. And in fact, there's a very big YouTuber who's, rumor is he's being sued, which could affect everybody. So we're trying to just limit I'm not real comfortable with giving out too much information about, especially where places are. That's a problem. That being said, we were in the studio after it happened the first time. The first time it happened at Topgolf, and we heard, and it was like it came from somewhere but nowhere. And Michael and Roger, the guys that were interviewing me, they were like, "What was that?" Of course, they have those British accents, like, "What was that?" And I'm like, "I don't know. It was weird." I said, "No, that part of the story usually elicits some sort of weird response. But when we were in the studio, it happened again. And I remember the makeup girl getting up and leaving. And Scorpion had to walk her out, which I thought was really creepy, that right at the same time it did it. And I was like kind of surprised, but not really. So anyways, there's this story. Reading some of the comments of this Gugwe type creature. And while I was talking to this individual, something loud crashes and falls, and she freaks out, you know. It was a husband and wife telling me a story. And so we were sitting there on the phone doing a phone chat, whatever. Husband's like, well, I'll go get that. I'll go pick it up. When he goes over there to pick the picture up, he felt like something touched his leg. I was like, is your house haunted? And they said, no, never had anything happen. But ever since we saw this creature, there has been some weird things happening. I've only got one little short update about it. Since this thing happened, they had a couple other little weird things, nothing major, you know. But I'm waiting to see if something else could possibly materialize and happen. No, not saying materially, no pun intended, but I mean, you know, something could happen. Well, what happened this night was that they were out driving, coming back from a dinner, and they were outside of Jasper, Georgia. And what ended up happening was there was a creature that they saw on the side of the road, and it stepped out in front of their vehicle, and they thought, oh my gosh, we're going to hit it. And then it just stepped back. And then when it did, it just kind of went. And this is where it gets weird. I mean, it's weird enough you see a creature, right? But then it steps back and it moves and it starts to kind of vibrate as they're driving by it. And what's really weird, both the driver and the passenger got a very good look at it. And they said that this thing, not only did it vibrate, but they said that one of the things that it did, like, it was like it made time slow down. And I said, you think the creature made time slow down? And they're like, why else would we start to move like we were going in slow motion? They look over and they said if they had to, you know, use like an example, they said the best they could come up with was like some sort of like bear-like, gorilla-like creature, right? And so, you know, it's kind of like what Aaron was talking about earlier about the bear-looking creature out near Barber Falls. We've gotten Bigfoot reports out of there, and we've gotten Bearman reports, Dogman reports, and what looks like something like a hybrid. So we don't really know what we're dealing with out there. But this creature, when it vibrated, they said that it opened its mouth so wide, it was like, you know, almost like 1.5 feet wide mouth. Like that's how it elongated its mouth. And it was like almost done to scare them. Like they were trying to say, you know, like, hey, this thing was trying to scare us. Like it was scaring the crap out of us, yeah. But it was doing it knowing that it was doing it. And when they look over and they see this creature, and they said that it vibrated, and they said that it was like time slowed down as they were driving by. And whenever they looked over at it, that's what they saw. Another weird thing was when it backed up, it looked like it hit what was a honeycomb type wall that they didn't know was there. So you got to look and you got to wonder. We have a very good friend of ours. He's a Filipino guy who nearly died. He was in a hotel and he was walking around it in a coma, didn't know he was in a coma. And he was wandering around the hotel trying to find his way out. And he was running into a honeycomb pattern all around. Anyways, they saw that and it lit up kind of yellowish, they said it was like a greenish yellow, more yellow than green, I guess. And when they drove by it, it kind of hit the back of this, whatever it was, opened its mouth real wide, and then they got real good look at it. Body was almost gorilla-like. The feet looked human-like. The head looked like that of a bear, but the ears were wolf-like. Like a chimeric nightmare. Very weird. And a couple nights later, another weird thing happened. They live in that area, so this woman was driving back down that road, and of course it's at night, and she's kind of freaked out. She was going to her mother's, and she said that she sees this dead deer on the side of the road, this deer that was unalived, and it was laying on the side of the road. She said it was late at night, when she was coming back from her mom's, like 1 a.m, and that deer was gone. That deer was not there. So something had came and took that deer. She said it was a very large buck. So, I mean, between 10 o'clock, or she said 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock, I know they're not picking up roadkill in the middle of the night. I doubt very seriously that was the case. I think they do, but I don't think that that's what happened here. And it was very close, but on the other side of the road from where they saw this creature. So, I don't know. You go figure. What do you think it is? Yeah, Mike, you're right about that. It says Linda Godfrey said in her book, The Beast of Bray Road, that a witness was talking to the reporter in his office about recent sightings, and a book fell off the bookshelf as if it was pulled off. That's right. Andrew Valdez, he says he hasn't received his $30 Patreon. I thought we sent something to you, Andrew. Did we not send you a message? Let me look that up real quick. I'll get to the bottom of it here.
We'll figure that out right now, Andrew.
I don't want people to think we don't keep our word.
Words have power.
He never, Andrew, we never got a message from you on Patreon with your information to send you your swag bag. So if you just go on Patreon, send us a message with your mailing address, and we'll get that swag bag
give
mailed out to you.
Shirt size too.
Yeah, in your shirt size.
Well, anyways, folks, it's been 3 hours of fun. I know there's 531 people in the chat. Thank you for the donations, Mike, everybody.
I also want to thank Sugar Bridges. I mean, she does such a great job every show, and I've never seen her not welcome someone, and she's always on top of almost everything. So we can't ask for a better moderator than that.
Yeah, Sugar Bridges.
Every single live stream, she's there.
Yep.
So thank you, Sugar Bridges. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Means a lot to us.
She does it for a lot of other channels too, and that's a lot. She helps us, but she helps other people. Andrew Valdez says immortal. What does that mean?
I think he was wanting immortal stories.
About immortals.
It's one of my favorite shows, as we did too.
Count Saint Germain. Yeah, because we did the research on that one.
It was a fun one.
Yeah, it was fun.
And I was happy to see that it was well liked by everybody because it was a lot of fun to do.
Andrew said, already texted a couple times, no response. Make sure you send that message on Patreon. Because I just checked our inbox from you, Andrew, and we don't have anything on Patreon from you.
I don't want people to not be getting their stuff. That's not good. Did you send it through email or Patreon? Because that's the big question.
Yeah, like the giveaway winners, they have to send their information through email. But if you're a Patreon member,
send it through Patreon.
Yeah, just shoot us a message through Patreon. It's easier to just look at those messages and get your information, and then get that stuff mailed out to you.
And if you can't
If you're a listener right now, hold on real quick. If you're a listener right now and you have a story to tell and you want to say it on the show, now's your chance. Just tell me right now and we'll give you a call. What you got to do is text me. You can email me if you don't want to do it, or better through the Facebook Messenger. It's the easiest way to call. Go ahead, Tony. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, you know, if Patreon for some reason isn't working, you can't get your message to Josh in that way. When we both have Instagram, we both have Facebook. I mean, his email is right there at the top of the show. So there's a couple different ways that you could try to send it out to us, and it's important to us to make sure we get our stuff out to you. Heck, I mean, try smoke signals. Just get it to us so that we can get it to you.
Mm-hmm. If you don't listen, I tell people this, if you don't listen to any other episodes, and tell your friends this, go listen to the alternate realities. I think we have 2 of them about alternate realities, don't we?
I believe so.
I believe there's 2 of them. Those will make them understand a little bit about what's going on, the nature of reality, and how it's so fluid. They don't really understand that that's really what's going on here. It's fluidity. Yeah, because last night we had Bill Ted, who was just would not stop talking trash, just would not quit, and we had to get rid of him. And then today it was Giovanna, whatever, Dolce, whatever.
Dolce and Gabbana.
Dolce and Gabbana was just running its mouth. I say it because I don't know what your pronouns are, and I don't really give a crap. But you're in here running your mouth.
Part 2 Japanese stories were a good one as well for Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I saw earlier in the chat someone was asking about the that key that we talked about in like a really early episode. Yeah, well, I mean, like, I think I found it again this past like January or February. And, I mean, I wasn't looking for it. It's just every time it pops up, it just kind of pops up somewhere, and it's like, oh, here it is. And then I don't know. I put it down somewhere. I don't remember where. I think I put it somewhere in your office. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's not there anymore.
It's not there.
I don't know.
I looked for it. It's not in there.
I mean, I haven't looked for it, but it'll pop up again. It always does, and it'll pop up somewhere where we've seen that same place, 100 times, and it's not there, and then we go there the 101st time, and it's like, oh, the key's there. What a shock! It's just weird.
Frank Harrigan says, I really wanted to come to the conference, but as I have posted, Frank and I don't have kids. We rescue stray and abuse animals. All the money goes to vets and food. Oh, that's too bad. No, I mean, it's a good thing you do that, but it's too bad you can't go to the conference. We hope to see you there. And by the way, the guys from AI are invited to the conference, and I told them that I would like them to come on. And if Kurt or Mike have anything to say, they're welcome to say it at the conference and be on the panel. By all means, we definitely have an opening. I mean, it wasn't by choice, but whatever. Someone decides to start a crusade.
Sailor Mercury in the chat, she said, or he or she, they says, when we were kids, my brother was almost taken by little people. My dad had to take him to the medicine man. See, that's why I can't stand those things. They're so insidious.
Well, actually, Kurt Reed has a very interesting little people story that he told me of a gnome. I'm not going to get into the details because I want him to come on the show and tell it. But it's on their channel too. So Mike Turner says, thanks, I got my VIP ticket. And if you pay for the ticket and you are a Patreon member, you get a discount. Come to the conference. We'll take care of you.
Yeah, I never trust short people.
Type at my wife, dude. Be quiet.
I wanted to say that earlier when we were talking about curses. I was like, yeah, Nelly is cursed to be 5'1".
David Howell says, I got several stories. Messenger, want a Bigfoot story? Sure. Are you on Messenger, David? Should we call him up and let him tell a story? It's 500 people in the chat. Why not? Is everybody going to be around for a bit, or y'all bailing on us? If you're bailing, then we're going to go. But if not, I'll call them up. All right. Yes, Kate the Great. That happened in Wyoming. The little people with the story that we told about them giving gold nuggets. That's crazy. So let's see here. Let's get going on this.
How do I answer this thing?
Is this Dave?
Yeah. Hey, Josh. How you doing?
So do you want to tell your stories?
Sure. Got one that's. Yeah. Hang on. Let me turn my TV down. I'm getting like
Feedback.
Yeah. Well, it's not really feedback. It's just slightly behind us talking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we
Just
have a delay.
right. Yeah. I've got a bunch, but I've got a really good Bigfoot story that happened to me and a friend of mine back when we were in high school, back in the 80s. Years ago. I live here in Kentucky. I just moved here back then from Maryland and made some friends. And we are supposed to meet a couple guys out at the bowling alley. And to get there, we are going to walk, cut through the woods, and go down this old road. We used to call it Shit Creek Road. Because the reason we called it that is because it had an old Fruit of the Loom plant that used to drain into the creek there. So, it kind of stunk. So we were going out there one night to meet these fellas, two friends of ours. They said they'd be up there. So we went down this road. It was about I don't know, 4 or 5 miles, nice little hike. We cut up through this, section of woods and went up in there and they weren't there. So on our way back, it was wintertime, snow all over the ground, and as we were coming back down through there, we ran into this stench. It's like a cross between sewer and musky, really nasty. And I was like, oh, damn. I think we might have a problem. My buddy goes, what do you mean? I said, maybe it's just the runoff from the thing. Not gonna worry about it. Get down a little further, you know, run into a little bit more of that smell. And then we were going down through a ravine, and up on both sides, it was a big long hill with a bunch of trees. We started hearing this crunch up above us in the snow. At first, it started out slow, like, and we're going. I'm listening. We're going a little more. It starts picking up a little bit. I was like, "Oh man, I wonder what that is." My buddy says, "It's probably deer or something." I said, "Yeah, that's it. It's probably deer." Of course, I'm paranoid because I'd run into these things before when I was younger. And we get down a little bit further, and get, down into the bottom, and I hear this. Sounds like something walking down towards us from up above. And I look up through these trees, and I see it. Great big white one coming down through these trees. I'm like, dude, it's right there. You see it? He's like, I don't see it. He couldn't see in the dark for crap, even with all the snow on the ground. Says, I don't see anything. He's like, wait, what is that? Is that a cow or something? I was like, no, that's not a cow. I was like, oh shit. And all of a sudden, it like pushed on a tree and broke it. The tree would crack, big loud crack. My buddy was like, oh shit. So we started running down through that ravine. and there was a road at the end of it. And we popped up on that road. We could hear it coming down through the snow towards us. And my friend decides he wants to ditch off the other side of the road. And I just grabbed him. And I was like, no, don't do that. I said, run, just keep going down the road. So we're running. And, we get down like, 50 yards, maybe 60 yards down the road. We're kind of looking back as we're running, and we see that thing pop up onto the road, just like it almost floated up onto the road, like just jumped. It was like a 6-foot dip that it jumped out of onto the road. And it started coming after us, and we were just like taking off. We were both, athletic, played sports, we're in martial arts, all that good stuff. So we're running full tilt, and my buddy was running out of breath. We probably got about 100 yards, and he was like, I gotta stop. I said, dude, it's coming. He's like, I gotta stop. I can't breathe. I said, all right. So we turned around and I started yelling at it. And it made this noise. It was like, have you ever heard that samurai Bigfoot chatter crap?
Yeah, what you're talking about.
And it was just like that. Only it also had a little like in with it. It was really bizarre. And it was, like made our hair stand on end. My buddy was like, oh shit. So we start running again. And we were running for our lives, And about 200 more yards, we passed over this bridge. And that thing stopped at that bridge and just started waving its arms, like screaming at us. We were like, oh crap, it didn't follow us past that. So it must have been the end of its territory, but it was something else. And of course, we told our friends, and they were like, oh, sure, right. So that was the first time in that area.
Mm.
And then a few years later, they decided to build a Walmart and a Kroger about in that same area that bridge was. So we thought with all that construction, nothing would be down there anymore. Probably scared away or whatever. So about 15 of us went out there one night because we were bored. And we went walking down through that old road. But this time they built it up like way up above. There was a road going by and they built a ramp coming off of it. So we had to go up the ramp, then back down where the road was. And we went out there, we're playing around, We went into some caves that were back there. It was near 4th of July, and we had fireworks and crap on us. We got down into that one area that we called Bigfoot Alley after that. We lit off some firecrackers, and all hell broke loose. 4 trees that were in different spots around us all just started like waving like crazy. A bunch of hooping and hollering. We were like, oh crap. So this is a big group of people. So we ran up to the road just like we did before. But this time we stopped at the road and we were like, there's a bunch of us. Surely God, it's not going to attack us while we're walking down this road. We'll just keep an eye out. And up above us to the right, as we're walking back, you could hear something trailing us through the woods up there. This was, couldn't see it because it was all, full of foliage. As we got down towards that ramp, we were heading up that ramp. It was all dirt. They hadn't, it was all brand new. It hadn't even been laid with asphalt yet. And my buddy next to me, he keeps looking back and he goes, would it be funny if we look back and all of a sudden it was behind us? Then he went, oh shit. And he started running. I looked, there was one coming up behind us. It was about half the width of the road. Probably about 15 foot tall. I mean, that thing was the biggest thing I'd ever seen in my life. And we got up to the top. There was construction equipment all around. It was nighttime. We ran down the other side. As we were going down the other side, this couple, like a little Fiesta was driving up there. We got down to the bottom. Next thing we heard was a girl scream and a car peeling out from up the top as we left. And then we saw it up there. It was like screaming and yelling at doing this thing. And then next day we went out there and took casts of the footprint.
You
from
got
the,
footprint tracks? I mean,
Oh yeah,
yeah, cast.
yeah. I turned them into the college, local college. We had, a group there that was wanting to see them. One of those professors, and he just couldn't believe it. They were huge, and the stride between them was at least 6 foot. We measured, the actual length of stride from 1 foot to the other. I mean, it was humongous. And it had knocked over one of those, those things that have the knobs on them when they're doing the dirt. Big, heavy piece of equipment. I can't think of what it's called.
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, whatever it was, it like knocked that over on its side. It was a crazy experience.
Yeah. How old were you?
That time, the first one, I was probably 19. It was right after high school. And next time that we were in there, I was probably 22.
Wow. That is interesting.
Big, huge group of us. 2 of the guys lived near the woods, and one of them couldn't even remember it happening afterwards. It was really weird. It was like he got a,
that's weird. Like he didn't even remember it happening?
No, he doesn't remember it at all. Denies it completely. It's a bizarre thing. I mean, to this day, he doesn't remember it happening. And the rest of us are all like, "You were there with us, dude." He's like, "Nope, don't remember it."
God dang, what the heck? Where was he at? I mean, what do you think?
I think he just got the shit scared out of him. Blocked.
I've come across people and I've talked to them, and they'll be like a group, and we here at the roundtable can attest to this. We'll interview people, and it's not always me that does the interviewing. Typically, it is I get the final say, but these guys will talk to people too, especially Tony, and we'll come across people who they'll be with somebody, and we'll talk to 3 people, and one of them won't remember it, or they. How would you say it, Tony? Do they feign ignorance, or what do they do?
Well, actually, interesting enough, I was talking to Truth and Bass at the last conference.
Oh, yeah.
And they were telling me about an experience that they had. And one thing that they were saying is that they had the experience with this other person, but even though they were super open about their experience, that third person was super closed, and they had a real tough time speaking to them and getting them to open up about everything. And it sucked for them because as I was talking to them, like I could tell if they could just get this little piece, it wouldn't make sense, I'm sure, but it would help them figure out a little bit more about what was going on in their experience. And it was just one of those things where like they were at a roadblock where they didn't really know how to move forward. And if they could, it would finish it off for them. And they were just waiting for that to happen. And they were just kind of stuck with like some uncertainty. And it was just one of those things where like they didn't really know how to proceed forward.
Didn't Matt Imps say something like that? Like Matt might be in the chat, but he had a friend that was like didn't want to talk about it. That one friend wouldn't talk about what happened. Like everybody else was like in agreement, like this is what happened, and the one friend was like, "No, I don't want to." And it was just really not that it was like they were just so scared they didn't talk about it. I think that's what isn't it Matt's story?
Yeah, I think that happens a lot, Plus, like some of the other people, like Lowcat saying it's a mental block. Mr. J says suppress the memory, ? Yeah, I mean, people do that. People, if they can't handle it, it gets blocked out of the minds.
Yeah. I think you've sent me these stories, didn't you, at one time?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I thought you did, because I remember getting something from a person named Dave. Well, I mean, I got a lot of Daves that I'm friends with. Andrew, thank you for that donation.
You never know.
Yeah, because I was looking at your deal, and I thought that I saw that on there.
I used to have a paranormal investigation group called PIC, Paranormal Investigators of Central Kentucky.
Yeah.
We
I sent you a shirt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That's why I sent you a shirt, and I was like, I recognize the name. Yeah. So, I appreciate that. You got anything else you want to throw out there?
Oh, God. I have so many stories.
Oh, well, you know what we should do? Let's set up a time for us to talk, and then we can go over them, and maybe we can have you come on. You speak well. That's the main thing. Is a lot of people, when they'll give me their story, they're not interested in speaking because they're not really good speakers, and I try to be a voice for them. But you sound like somebody who can talk, so it might be interesting to have you come on, and we can do like a couple of episodes worth of if you have enough.
Well, I'd definitely be interested. I have everything from ghosts to, this type of thing. To, I mean, I also used to do exorcisms. If that's something to be interested.
Well, a lot of times people will have something when they're young, and that experience will spark something in them that makes them go on to have like multiple encounters throughout their life. Like when I was talking to Kurt Reed earlier today, he's a very interesting guy. So is Mike. And I'm really glad that we avoided any conflict and that we're actually going to be able to work together because they're interesting fellows. And Kurt, he was saying that he had an experience with a gnome when he was young. And I think that maybe something like that could trigger something in you.
I agree.
I was talking to a guy down in the valley years ago. He was down there boogie boarding. It's not my favorite activity because there's a lot of sharks, and there was a great white that was spotted that particular time that I was down there. It didn't happen on the day that I was there at the beach. I was riding four-wheelers that day, but I was down in South Padre, and when we were coming back, and I was hanging out and having a drink at a bar down in Harlingen. A friend of mine used to run a bar down there. Well, actually, he still does, but it's not the same bar that he once had. And in the valley could be a rough place, but I was down there hanging out, with all these friends of mine. And this guy was telling me that when he was a child, he almost drowned. But the thing that grabbed him in the water wasn't a normal creature. He looked down and he saw what looked like a merman type creature. Couldn't give me any more than that. It's not a long story, but like grabbed his leg, and then he began to drown. And then he came up and his friend grabbed him. They didn't see what had grabbed him. They just saw him going down into the water, and they were boogie boarding, right? And then they took him off to the shore, and then after that, he went home. A couple nights later, like they pumped his chest. He was okay. Went to the hospital. They let him go. A couple nights later, he started to see ghosts in his house that he had never seen before. He was 14 and going on 15. And then after that, he began to have encounters, and he also had a Bigfoot encounter near Karnes City. And so I thought it was interesting, that maybe there's a connection there. Somebody has an encounter, with something when they're young, and then after that, it sparks something else.
Well, I think it opens you up to it, and other things, other paranormal, quote unquote, things can tell. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think they can feel you. I mean, I can walk in a haunted house and I know immediately. I can go by a haunted house and I know something's in there. I can feel it.
Mm-hmm.
I can go to the woods. I can tell if there's been something in there nasty. Like a Sasquatch. I've never seen a Dogman. Luckily, thank God I've never seen a Dogman. But I have heard one.
I tell you, one time
in my backyard, it was horrific.
You heard one? You think it was a Dogman?
Yeah, I was taking my dog out. It was like 3:00 in the morning, and quiet. I'm right by Fort Knox. I mean, literally like 2 blocks off Fort Knox. And I took her out and I set her down to go to the bathroom because, I took her down the back stairs. She was a little dog. And she's out there, and all of a sudden I heard this howl. It was like a wolf, but it was so freaking loud and so intense that, my dog just froze, and I was just like, oh, shit. All my hair stood up. I was like, oh, my God, that is not a freaking wolf, because I've heard wolves, in the wild. We got wolves here in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely wasn't a wolf. It was like more bass in it, more, you know what I mean? Just, it was crazy sounding. But that's the only time I've heard one.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder, because I noticed on one of the shows one night, somebody said that they had some Dogman encounter at Fort Knox in the comments. And I was like, oh, okay. that explains it. You know. But yeah, I mean, the first thing that ever happened to me, I was like 5.5. My little brother was still in a crib at the time.
Wow.
We were staying at my grandparents' house, and my parents were out partying with some of their friends. So it was nighttime. We were in bed already, and I'd woken up with this feeling, you know. And I looked into the other room. I could see the crib that my brother was in from the room I was in. There's a lady standing over him wearing a white gown and like long dark hair. That's the first thing I ever saw. And I tried to scream, you know, I couldn't do anything. No sound would come out because it, you know, affected me so much when I was that young.
You know
But ever
what?
since then,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
sorry, ever since then, I've just had experience after experience. It didn't help that when I was in like middle school or junior high school, I got in with a group whose mom was a witch. Decided she wanted to teach us all stuff.
Mm.
She wasn't a good witch either. She was a
Oh no.
witch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
demons, all that crap. You know, it was horrible.
Well, let me know because we could definitely get together and record. I'd like to have you for the podcast. The podcast actually reaches a wider audience. We have a lot
All right.
more than just 24,000 on the podcast. One of the things I was going to tell you, you know, when you're talking about going by a house and you know, you can just feel, you can tell that it's haunted. Me and my friend Squid, we call him Squid, is his nickname. And so we were driving by, we were leaving the gym one night, and it was about 2 a.m, and it was Christmas time. And I remember this. I mean, I work out at night because I'm up at night. We work at night. And he had just gotten out of the bar or club or whatever. He closed early because it was dead right before Christmas. And so we went to the gym about 1 o'clock. Got done working out about 2, and we're heading back home. And I'll never forget this. And we were driving by this one house that we've driven by a few times, and there was like a Christmas tree there in the picture window. Pretty house. And we looked over, and it just like both of us just kind of looked at the same time. We're sitting there talking, and you know we're joking, laughing, whatever. And we looked over, and right there was a woman standing in the doorway, and the door had like a glass door, you know.
Oh yeah.
And this woman was standing there. I'll never forget this, dude. It was like she was floating. I mean, it was like it was a woman floating, and you look down. I mean, you could see it from the road. You could see she didn't look like I didn't see feet. I'm farsighted, so I could see her pretty clearly. And my friend, he's never worn glasses. He had good eyesight, and he was like, "What the heck?" And we both looked at each other, and I was like, "What was that?" As we drove by, and then he goes, "Go back." So I busted a U-turn and went back, and when we drove back by it, it was gone. But you know, we kind of tried to rationalize it. I'm like, I think we just saw a ghost. And he goes, yeah. And then I was like, well, maybe, you know.
Well, I mean,
maybe it was just
over there at time tells me that it pulled your attention. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because we had no reason to both look at the same time. We tried to rationalize it, and I was like, well, maybe it was just a woman standing there. You know, but no, it was. I don't think some woman just got up out of bed and went to go look like she was floating in front of the door, you know, at like 2 a.m. when it's like, you know, 35 degrees outside, you know, it was cold.
Yeah, and 2 a.m. is one of those times where you see shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, that, you know, between like, let's say midnight and 6 is a good window, but anytime between 1 and 4, things are really crazy paranormal wise, I find.
Mm-hmm. And somebody said, watch out for cheap houses. Yeah, but some people will say, oh, I'll go live in that house, you know, and you think that until something happens, you know. Then you're like, yeah, I wish I wouldn't have moved to this house, because you have no idea what it's like to live under that kind of oppression. It's not fun.
No,
but
that's exactly right. I mean, you buy a haunted house, you get what you paid for.
That's exactly right, dude. Dave, you sound like a really interesting guy, and I think we should do some more work together. We'll definitely put you on. We'll have you come on, and we'll do some work on the pre-records. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your stories.
Hey, no problem, Josh. Anytime, just give me a yell. I'm also a night person. So,
Yeah. We'll
I'm
definitely talk
literally
again.
all night. I have nothing to do most of the time.
You a retiree?
Yeah, sure.
Where do you live?
In Kentucky, just off Fort Knox.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, you said that earlier, Kentucky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I was down there because I'd come visit you, man.
Oh, yeah. I wish you'd
crazy.
come to the conference. You should come to the conference. I want to meet as many of my fans as possible. I'd love to just talk and tell stories.
Wish I could. I really wish I could. Unfortunately, we've got my mother-in-law living with us. She's got dementia, and she's like on her last leg. We can't even make plans for anything,
Yeah.
Can't even leave the house, really, to go anywhere and do anything. I mean, my wife does, and I do. We can't do it together, and I hate to go to Texas without her. You know what I mean?
Well, I appreciate it. And that you're being a good husband. You got to do what you got to do and just take care of her mother. That's the right thing to do. It's good karma.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we thought about putting her in a home, but I just couldn't do it.
No. People in this country are so quick to do that. My friends, they're Arab, and my other friend, they were from Nepal. And I was talking to them, and one of them was my friend, my nephew Zane's best friend. What was his name? He used to work for Toyota. What was his name? He was a good kid.
His name?
I liked Zane hanging out with him. He was a good kid. The other kid, Sam. Yeah, the other one was a little
Was a spider
thug.
or scorpion or Pony Boy?
No, one of his dragon or whatever.
Yeah, those were his New Orleans.
Those were his
friends.
good friends. His friends that that ran around and got him in trouble. No, this kid, his name was Sam, and his grandparents lived with him, and I thought it was really neat that he was like his dad. I talked to his dad one day, and he was like, here in America, people, they put their elderly in homes. In our countries, we don't even think about something like that because it's not correct.
No, same with my mom. Like my grandpa is he was just in town this past week, and he's been taken care of by everybody in my family at some point, and they gladly do it.
It's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
You're right. It is the right thing to do.
I really did not like that my sister would not let my mother live with her, which is another sore spot. And she's like, well, she can come live with you. I lived in an apartment at the time. I'm like, yeah, how am I going to do that? But I also lived in Austin, and she was living down in Houston because my sister lived in Houston, and she wanted to be around her grandkids. They were still little, and I was like, well, how am I supposed to do that? And I offered her multiple times to move her up there and get her an apartment right there by me. And we tried to talk her into it, didn't we, Anthony?
Yep.
But she didn't want to leave. She wanted to be because Christian was still little, and my sister didn't. Anyway, sore spot. But anyway, thank you for coming on, Dave. We appreciate it, man.
Hey, no problem. Anytime. Just give me and maybe we can hook up and do something.
Oh, yeah, we're going to do something. We'll definitely hear your experiences. I love talking to experiencers.
Thanks.
All right, man.
Thanks, everybody, for your wishes. I appreciate it. I saw all the comments while we were doing this. I do appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, Dave. You keep fighting the good fight, sir.
Oh, yeah, you too. Take care.
Dave.
All right, buddy.
Back watching now.
Okay, all right, bye.
Bye.
Well, see, that's one of the listeners. It's just off the cuff. We called him. I try to be as open with my listeners as possible, and I try to do as much work with them as possible, and I try to listen to as many stories as possible. And when I put the thing on Facebook, people were taking it the wrong way. Like I didn't want to hear anybody's stories unless you were somebody special. No, that's not correct. They didn't read what I said correctly. One guy said I almost reacted until I reread it. And I was like, that's the problem. People are always in such a hurry, and I'm guilty of it too. I'm one of the biggest. My wife's always like, slow down, calm down, She's like, that pizza's not going anywhere, all right? I'm like, it's going in my stomach really fast. No, I'm just joking. I don't actually eat pizza. She has to make a special pizza for me out of cauliflower crust, and it seems like I'm still getting fat, and I don't know. I can't eat any sodium. I can't eat anything that causes gout. It's just I'm down to nothing, down to eating nothing, and it's just I don't know. Somebody put a fat curse on me or something. Instead of thinner, they were like fatter, and that just was like, oh no! And it went backwards. So, and it's worked. Their curse is working on the fat side there. They're doing good. Thank you for that fatness. Appreciate it.
Well, how come they can never whip up a spell that fixes their mental illness or gets them into shape or something if they have all this power? Never makes sense. Like they can never use it for anything productive, just like for something bad, you know. Like you know, what?
Brianna L, you need to get in touch with us. Send through Messenger or through because I love people that have a lot of experiences. Definitely want to get you on the. We have these.
Yeah, we all forget.
We're all like forgetting when they're on. Get you on the pre-record, or get you on the show to tell your stories. Email me right up here, Josh Turner at the prtpodcast.com. Intermittent fasting. You know, I've been doing that too, like going long periods, and it's like everything they say to do. I've been doing it, and it's like my midsection is just determined to be on me. Been 2 weeks. I don't think I've lost a pound.
They haven't really worked out though. I think if you just keep with your diet and once you're able to go to the gym, you'll start noticing it.
I've actually done some light workouts the last couple days.
Yeah, but I think like it's still just at the beginning.
It's the cortisol from the stress. It'll keep you from losing weight.
Yeah, that's true too. And I definitely have a ton of stress. I got to get rid of it. You know, wars don't help.
Well, also, I mean, you just haven't been as active. I mean, you have been active, but not as active
sick
as you normally are during the day. You're usually like out moving about.
I'm always out doing stuff. I'm always out running around. It's never just, I don't have a moment's peace, you know.
It's funny. The only time you get some moment's peace is when you're sick, like a dog.
It's pretty sad. And I'm going to be real honest, folks. If I don't stop burning the candle at both ends and figure something out, I'm probably not going to. I just got to take care of myself. So Bradford, your son he's asleep right now, doing okay, just waiting to be transferred to Texas Children's for their lift and GI program options. Thank you. How are you, brother? And don't beat yourself up, Bradford, about this situation. You may have said something off color to that person, but that person was looking for an excuse to attack me anyway. It was obviously in the works. It had obviously been on their mind. They had gone to people. They had it planned out pretty quick. I mean, if it was, they moved pretty swiftly right after the boots on the ground thing. They were already up everyone's butt, starting the movement that they were looking for something. And if it wouldn't have been you, it would have been something else, some other reason for them to hate me. A friend of mine who's another large podcaster, you probably know who he is, DW. He said that it's not going to stop. I'm going to continue to get people that are going to be used as vessels of darkness. This is his words, not mine. And it's going to keep coming at me. He's like, once you raise that, banner of who you are, that's it. And it's been nonstop. The thing is, folks, when someone like Giovanni Blowhardy, whoever they were, that was on here talking much trash and just kept on and kept on. I was sitting there trying to interview Aaron Deese, and they just kept talking crap. What was really weird about that was that they kept talking crap, and it wasn't going in time with what I was saying. I was sitting there talking to Aaron about Dogman, and they were like, why don't you just tell stories? Stop talking about people. Why do you got to do this and do that? And it was like they just kept saying it, and I was like, you read the room, kind of pick your spots, because you're saying this while we're interviewing somebody. And it was...
Go ahead. Oh, no, I was just going to say briefly that they were probably not even watching it live. They were probably 30 minutes behind. And it's just that it's typical of like these people. They're so far behind in the race that they think they're in the lead. Like that guy probably came in, had no idea what he was doing. He was watching the show 30 minutes behind and just responding to that.
But even then, what were we saying? We were talking to Mike. It was
just dumb. It's just dumb all around.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter what we were saying. I think these people they want something from us that we're not going to give you. Simple as that. Like the way we do our show is the way we do our show. If you don't like it, we're not going to change. I mean, the way I think we've been doing this long enough now that we have a rhythm, and we're going to stick to it because the people who like it are with us and they're fanatical about it because we do a great job.
And that, like I said, I never seen that person in the chat before.
I have.
So like they had to have subscribed and waited for at least an hour to make their comments. Because you can't comment on the live stream unless you're a subscriber for at least an hour.
Well, it's like Bill Ted. I mean, these
You know, and
people.
then
That's why
when you
I didn't
go-
like this to like bring up names, is because like it turns these longtime listeners into like these weird like groupies who like they have to go after like, oh, you're talking about my favorite person. Now I can't like you anymore.
Well, what's funny is that they miss the boat because they jump on and dogpile on, and me and the person that they think that is they're defending. What do you do once we make amends? I mean, you know, do you? It's a misunderstanding between us, and it really was. I wasn't talking about boots on the ground people in there and like that. I was talking about people that boots on the ground that claim that they are and they're really not, which is a lot. There's a bunch of people that are always like boots on the ground, and they're not. They're just people that live in the country, or they go out to the country and then they claim that they're doing all this work, you know. Yeah, it's really ridiculous when you stop and you look at this. People that jump on that, what are you going to do? What are you going to do when you have nobody that to bitch and complain about? You know, are you just, once you're out of like stuff and stones to hurl at people? I mean, do you crawl back into your hole? Do you give up? What's the plan there? You know, it's like it's really weird. It's like, you know, you're not thinking this through because, you know, I've had problems with multiple people and we resolve them or we just get rid of them and get them out of our lives. And when you get to a certain point, you're going to be attacked. My show's not the biggest out there number-wise, but it's kind of funny. It's kind of suspect because I fill up a chat like nobody's business. I've seen people who have supposedly 250,000 subscribers and 180,000 views. When they do a chat, they have 100 people in there. Kind of odd, don't you think? I've noticed that with a few people. I challenged one YouTuber to do it. He still hasn't done it because I think I'm not gonna say he's a fraud, material-wise, but I don't believe the numbers. He got his numbers up pretty fast. You don't just lay up a YouTube channel and then you get 100,000 people. I mean, even if you're hitting all the right buttons with the algorithms and the likes and everything else, it's still pretty rare that you're going to have 100,000 people within a year. And that's what this person did. Like they had like not quite 100,000 in the first year, but it's been a couple years and they're already like, and you're kind of like, seems kind of odd. And these, like I said, these people can buy subscribers. They can buy views and they can buy people. The bots, won't they do comments too? I think they will.
They can, yeah.
Yeah. And so I don't know about the comment thing, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, because like someone can send bots to your live chat and to spam it with stuff. So, I mean, they can make comments.
Comments, I guess in the live stream, I was talking about comments on after the show.
Yeah, I mean, in the
all right, I guess that would make sense. And so, you know, and I know that some of these people, they'll say things and do things like a real person. And so I wonder about that because my live chat is pretty big as far as the cryptid paranormal community. I don't see too many people who get get like as many, like 500 consistently. We usually hit 500. We didn't last night because it was impromptu at 11 o'clock at night and we were on, for a couple of hours. But I think the highest we got was like 360 or something, 330, something like that. But for an impromptu on a night where I normally don't do it, that was pretty good. And I wasn't doing it so I could get a bunch of people in the chat. I had to say what I had to say. And then today we talked it out, we worked it out, and I'm glad that we could. And I'm looking forward. I'm actually excited, looking forward to working with those guys. Mike Turner says, and about people being used by dark forces to come against you. I said it earlier in your Facebook. Yes. Yep. Yep, Sailor, I agree. Some people just stir the pot just to watch the world burn. Yeah. And Dana says some people are envious and jealous, Josh, and want to be you. Yeah, we know that. We know one in particular who just went off the deep end and was just determined to attack anyone who said anything about Dogman attacks. I don't know why that person got so wrapped up in that, but they did. They were just obsessed with it. I think it was just a claim to fame. It was a way for them to try to be somebody. So, when you go after people like that and then somebody comes after you finally for your bull crap, then it's like, oh, you're bullying me. Look what you did. You're attacking me because I was constantly attacking people. And somebody laid the smack down on me, and now I'm butt hurt. My butt is hurting all the way to Oklahoma, all the way to Kansas, or wherever the heck you're from, whatever state hole you. I think he's from Tennessee or something like that. Anyway, your butt's hurt all the way back there. So when you sit there and you constantly go after people, don't cry when somebody finally calls you out and goes ham on you. Because sometimes you bring it on yourself to be that way and to be treated that way because you decide that you just decide that you're going to go after everyone else. And then when karma comes at you in the form of who or whatever, then you're crying and then you're a victim. And then everybody is supposed to feel sorry for you, and they're supposed to all band together and have a crusade against you. Well, Wendy, actually, yesterday I wasn't upset. I wasn't trying. I didn't. I was upset, but I wasn't like letting my anger control my emotions. I was using logic because I wanted to be friends. I didn't want to fight. And those people were being manipulated, and I knew they were. And when they told that person that they weren't going to choose sides, that person decided that they were on my side and not going to be her friend. So when you go around giving ultimatums, like you said, Anthony, it never really works out for you because when you give ultimatums like that, you're basically just telling people, you're forcing them into something that maybe they don't want to deal with. That's why you shouldn't do that. A lot of times you'll come out on the losing end because you're the person trying to force it. But anyway, folks, that's it for tonight. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate everybody that showed up. I hope it was worth your time. Yeah, Valerie. Yeah, she is. I mean, and she's trying to do it in a way that everybody has to dance to the tune that she wants to set. But if you're going to do something like that, you should wait until you're a little bigger to try to pull that kind of shenanigan. If that's your evil plot, then at least be ready to pull it off. I have a bad feeling it's not over. That person's not just going to take it and go away and let it drop. I'm pretty sure that person's probably going to continue with the snarky shenanigans. But eventually, they'll probably just fall off like everybody else does. Eventually, you get tired of it and you go on. If you've made this your life, this is all you have, then it's probably going to be, you're going to hang on to it with all you got. But, it's really wrong to pretend to be someone's friend and then be working behind the scenes against them. Anyways, folks, take care of each other. Take care of yourself. We love you. Thank you for the help. Thank you for the donations, everybody that donated.
Thank you for everyone that stayed.
Mm-hmm. It's greatly appreciated. And we love everybody, and we hope that you all will continue to come and tune in. It's been 3 nights in a row of the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got on tap for these folks on Tuesday?
On Tuesday, so if y'all remember whenever we had Rick Otterstein in studio, that we recorded, I think, 2 or 3 episodes with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not. Now, let me clarify something. He's not, and I'm going to give
It
him.
wasn't like a guest episode.
Yeah, he was just sitting in while,
Yeah.
while I told the stories.
If you remember, we did something similar with Matt where he was just a part of
and
our
Jenna.
regular.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're nice enough to come and be a part of the show. I think we should return the favor and at least let them sit in. And one of the things people don't understand, too, they'll be like, well, you should have let the guest speak. They're not a guest. They were actually just sitting in on a show. But thank you for taking the opportunity to knock me again.
Yeah, I think also it gives them time to, like, well, I mean, honestly, it's just like it gives them the ability to give their thoughts and their expertise, which Rick Astertain obviously being, you know, doing everything that he did could
Rick
still.
is good. You know,
Rick is really good. Even, you know, Matt being having that encounter, he gave some insight about what happened during, you know, just things like that. And
yeah,
I
they
think
have something to add, you know.
yeah, and it just adds a
I
lot
love
to the
Matt,
show.
too, and Jenna. They were all good.
Because it takes away from like that question interview kind of thing, and it lets them just be like, okay, I can cut loose and just give what I think, and then let that flow whatever it flows.
Yeah, because there's no pressure on them to like fill up that airtime
Or be asked questions.
They can just
or,
be present for it.
Well, and another thing we need to explain, and Anthony, you told me to explain this a while back, was that one of the things that people get confused with is they say that I talk too much and don't let the guest speak, but we know beforehand kind of how much the guest has to say. And the way our show is formatted, now we can try to do some different things, which we're thinking about doing, where a guest doesn't have to stay on for an hour. They don't have to stay, you know, people who have a show, an experience who want to tell it, but they don't have an hour to fill. How would you guys feel about us doing like 25, 30-minute recordings? I mean, instead of the hour-long format, because the hour-long format, I have to fill that void by giving stories that we got, which we have plenty. But, you know, if you're not interested in that hour-long, we can sometimes just have like a 30-minute, 40-minute story where somebody just tells their story really quickly, and I'm like, thanks, that's all, you know, and we just move on. How would y'all feel about that? I mean, y'all tell me. Let me know in the comments right here, because it's important. This could be the future of the show here. Smaller bits with packed info sounds good. That sounds good, but that's not exactly what we're talking about. What we mean is, instead of doing an hour-long show for the podcast or doing the live stream, like, we would just have somebody tell the story and that's it. I mean, that's it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, that way, because a lot of people, and the reason I ask is a lot of people don't have, they say, because people are their attention span is the way it is. But people say they don't have time to listen for an hour, you know, or they don't want to stick around for an hour, or you know, to hear the stories, or they don't want to be, you know, on the live stream. Let me look at this real quick with my glasses. I hate putting these things on, man. I need LASIK so bad. Let's see what people are saying. Okay, yes, but you can stop any time and restart later. I don't understand that. Attention span, what's that? Love all you guys do. Couple guests in an hourless show usually comes out great. I listen at night at work, hour-long shows. With a guest, you run the risk of a poor storyteller, and yeah, I know, unless it's one better known researcher's personality. Personally, I appreciate you participating in stories. Yeah, I get roasted for that, though. Like, I literally went on D.A. Roberts' show, and if you go and look at the comments section, there was a person that said, 4 guys on this show, and one is just doing all the talking. And I'm like, I was the guest. I was asked to come on and talk. And if you invite me to your show, you're going to get me talking. And, of course...
I called the plumber, but then he started plumbing.
Yeah. And I know that DA, I talked to DA earlier today. I talked to him pretty regularly, but DA, I talked to him earlier, and he was like, he understood that. Like that was, I think that show ended up getting like 11, 12,000 views. I did what I was asked to do. And then somebody got on there and said some crap, you know. I don't care with that one person, but that's the point of, they miss the whole point. And then every now and then you'll get some jackhole that will go to every single buddy's comment and say a bunch of negative things to get everybody riled up, you know. And what happened with the guys from AI tonight or earlier today when we were talking, they were telling me that people were coming out of the woodwork and going to them and trying to build an alliance to go against me, you know, trying to get like some coalition of the willing going. And Mike was like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're not interested in you coming on and using my platform to attack this guy. You know, we're done. That's it. We had said what we had to say. It was a misunderstanding. We resolved it, you know. Or at that time, I applaud that he actually said that he was not going to let that happen, that he was going to try and resolve it. And they got aggravated with him. Like they got mad because he wasn't willing to start some crap with us. And what these people will do is they will bait you into trying to go against somebody, and then they want to sit back and let you destroy each other. While we're destroying each other, other groups will benefit. In particular, the group that this remote viewer belongs to, the show that she's on, the one where she was just complaining, where they take all of her money, whatever. Yeah, they basically told all their people that they're against me now. It's not that I was ever a big fan of that person anyway. You know, he chose to take sides during the whole NADP, IDP thing without knowing both sides. But what these people tend to do is, and what they will do is they will clump together like grapes, and they'll make some sort of cancerous little ball, and they'll shoot barbs at us for a while until it dissolves. And so we expect that, and we'll get that, and that's fine. Like I said, this isn't my first rodeo, and this isn't my first attack. And I've survived, you know, the Hot Pockets and everybody else, and I'm still here. So, you know, if they think that they're going to run me off by, you know, trying to sick people on me and fight the war by proxy, they're out of their freaking minds, because if anybody has any sense, they're going to go, hey, I'd rather be on PRT's side than against him, because we're not the bad guys, okay? I know I'm wearing Cobra symbols. It's G.I. Joe, folks. But anyway, the point is, we're not, technically, you know, we're not the bad guys. I didn't start this, okay? I reacted. Yeah. Anyways, folks, we love you. You don't need to hear that. You know that already, you know. But there are people that probably do need to hear it. They need to hear that, you know, whether or not we're the good guys or the bad guys. I don't know. I just look at it like at some point, people are going to have to accept that we are the way we are and we do what we do. And you're going to gnash your teeth and jump up and down, and you can scream until your butt bleeds. It's not going to make anything change. Okay, we are still going to be Wolf, Anthony, Tony, and we're still going to do what we do. And just be all mad all you want. Okay, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I went to sleep last night and I woke up today. Didn't lose a wink. It is what it is. Thank you, Davy Jones Locker, for that prayer. Thank you, everyone who prays. We appreciate it, and thank you for the donations. Thank you for the prayers. We love you all, and thank you for being a part of the Paranormal Roundtable family. Please go buy your conference tickets so you can be at the conference. Please show up. You know? If you can't afford a conference ticket, make a pie. Not that I can eat it, but it'd be nice to have some desserts there. I don't know. I'm not telling you to go break a pie, because who knows? Somebody bad might show up with a pie, and, you know, who knows what they might do. I don't know. Bring something. I don't know. We can
One
trade.
Shasta.
We could trade or barter or whatever. We just want you to come, okay? And everybody who pays for the ticket, it does help pay for the conference, and we appreciate it. But don't let money and not being able to afford a ticket stop you from coming. Okay? All right? Thank you, and good night.